By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting two major product lines. First, Athos Arts' publication of books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Grey Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.
Well, all right. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, Argonauts, to a story that must be told. What's going on, Polar? Welcome, everybody. Hi. Hello to everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Welcome, friends, relations, people of the world, for what I think will be an epic event. Now, we're going to have an even more epic event tomorrow, but tonight is a big event, and one of the reasons we're doing it is because we need to make sure that we are set up so that the event tomorrow can really be as epic as we hope it will be. We need to get we need to make some movement tonight on the Kickstarter, and so that is why we are here. That and to read the greatest story ever told, and I am happy to say that tonight it is this book, The Eye of Argon, by Jim Tice, being possibly the worst story ever written. That's right, chat. You are not prepared. And for those of you who are a little bit younger and are not familiar with this and don't know about this and have just sort of heard the rumors about it, or are just like, I don't understand, how can it be that you are not prepared? Exactly. This is not the greatest story in the world. This is just a tribute. That song, by the way, rocks. Can I just say? It legitimately rocks. Oh man, I love Tenacious D. Anyway, so it is my great pleasure to bring you The Eye of Argon. But before we do that, I do have to talk a little bit about how that's going to work. It is the most stunning story ever told, that's true. And I bet very few of you, I have a feeling Prince Justin might have, and Triffid might have, but I'll bet very few of you have ever actually participated in the event that I have, which is the convention party game known as the Reading of the Eye of Argon. It's been a little while, actually, since I've been at one of these, but I'll bet very few of you have actually done one of those. So it's going to be pretty crazy. But before we go any further, a couple of reminders about ways to support us. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. You have done it. I figured you might have, Prince Justin. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, sub to us over there. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website, arvanelaron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon is the Patreon, which has really been a big help. I have not been pushing that very much. I imagine that UNCQ might have. Yeah, that fits, Triven. So yes, so you can be a part of the Patreon. Those of you who have been, thank you so much. I have not been pushing that because what I have been pushing, of course, is the Grayshade Kickstarter, because that's been job one over the past month. And then we've got, of course, subbing to the channel. I'm really grateful to Mrs. Dunsel and all those who have continued to sub to the channel and do the gift subs and all that stuff. Thank you all for doing that. I really do appreciate that. And of course, if you have not already done so, the publishing side of things, exclamation point Icarus for my award-winning graphic novel from the award-winning Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library for my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and I'm going to save that other thing for the last. As always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well, and of course, exclamation point Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they continue to fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war and do the best that they possibly can to fight back despite the devastation of that conflict. So everyone who can do so, please, please, please make sure that you are able to support those various causes. But right now, what we have got and what we are pushing is the Grayshade Kickstarter, exclamation point Grayshade KS. And for this, I'm going to temporarily remove the Eye of Argon. Fear not, it's going to be back in a minute. And I'm going to put up that. What's going on, everyone? It's good to see you all. I hope everybody is doing well. This is the face of a man who is confident, but we do need movement because we are only now 27 and about a half hours away from the end of the Kickstarter. And I am going to talk about the big event that we're going to be doing tomorrow in just a minute. But before I mention that, I do want to talk about the Grayshade Kickstarter. This is, of course, the Kickstarter. What's up, Rising Tides? Good to see you, my friend. This is the Kickstarter, which is supporting the publication of the 2 sequels, Renegade and Heretic, to this book, Grayshade, which was published by the amazing Athos Arts back in late May. This book came out, and now those 2 books are coming out with this Kickstarter, as is a 5e role-playing game, a 5e RPG being worked on by Brandon O'Brien and others, which allows you to play within the world of Corel. And I should say that we are also only 7 backers away from the 200 backer stretch goal, where you will get another class to be able to play with. There are 5 classes right now. There is the Acolyte, there is the Investigator, there is the Informant, there is the Merchant, and there is the Noble, but you'll be able to get a 6th class, which will be a choice of 3 classes that the backers will vote on once we hit that 200 backer goal. So we are still 7 backers away from that. We need to make that the rest of the way. This Kickstarter is exceedingly important to me and to lots of people on the team. If you've been following Twitter and you've been seeing any of the stuff that people have been saying, I have been extremely moved by the words of people like Garlic Tofu. I've been extremely moved by the words of people like the Rising Tides. I have been so moved by how they say they have been affected by this book and how we as a team have worked together to try to bring this thing to you. I won't lie, chat, it has been a grind. We had a huge start and then we hit a big plateau, just the typical Kickstarter thing, except we really slammed into that middle plateau hard and funding dropped way down, and it has been just a pushing the boulder up the hill type of thing. And we've done it day after day, hour after hour, post after post, tweet after tweet, stream after stream, to get us to the point where we're in range. But having said all of that, we are not yet in a position to say that we're all the way there, because the goal is 25,000. And the big event that I'm going to announce tomorrow will help with this. You did? Thank you, Caro. I'm actually just in the process of reloading that, so that would have put you just backed at okay, so then you were the one who jumped on board. Thank you so much for doing that, Carol. I appreciate it. That is the kind of thing that we need that kind of support, because we have a mega event, which I will describe in just a minute, coming up tomorrow, but we need to make some progress, and so that's why we have this pre-show, you might even say tonight. It'll also be a little bit of fun, I think, so we're going to do that too. Now let me talk a little bit about the mega event tomorrow. The mega event tomorrow is going to start at noon Eastern, and I really need everybody who's here within the sound of my voice, everybody to stop and be a part of this, because we're going to need you. This is, I think, the biggest and most impressively scaled switching of RPG events that has ever been broadcast on Twitch. I don't think that's hyperbolic, because the last time anyone did anything like this was me when we did it for the Icarus Kickstarter, and it was nowhere near this scale. Starting at noon Eastern tomorrow, we will be running a 12-hour stream. During that 12-hour stream, we will have a set of players. I actually have 11 players lined up for this, and 4, counting myself, GMs. We will start with a bog standard D&D 5th edition first level campaign, first level one-shot adventure. And the party, the 4 players, will start playing right around 12:30 p.m. Eastern is I think when it will actually get underway. Every $500 that the Kickstarter raises, we will switch systems, and we will go from D&D to, let us say, the Warren, which is a rabbit-based RPG. And then from the Warren, after we get another $500, we might go to Blades in the Dark, or we might go to Espergenesis, or we might go to Pathfinder, or we might go to Thirsty Sword Lesbians, or to Boy Problems, or and so on and so on. This is designed to be a ton of fun, and the cool thing about this is that well, I think that's already cool, but the extra cool thing is that the characters stay as close to their archetypes as possible. So the idea is to make one coherent story out of this mega system switching idea that we're involved in. And to be clear, in case anyone's like, man, that seems a little bit crazy to me, I would invite you to look at every freaking metaverse story in the history of created time that's come out over the last year and a half. Since apparently everything needs a metaverse, well, we got on our metaverse now. And that means that we've got a metaverse going, and we are going to be with you for that metaverse tomorrow. So we actually have lined up enough systems that we could technically do a switch every half hour and not run out of systems. At the very end, I want to loop back around to D&D 5e if all goes well. And if we were to do that, and we were to get every half hour $500, that means that we would raise $12,000 by the end of the day, please. I would love to be able to do that, but the closer we can get to it tonight, the better chance this has of working, because the only way that any of this gets funded, folks, is if we get to that $25,000 number. $23,000 isn't going to cut it. 24 is nice but doesn't get there. 22.5 is great. 21, 19.5, all of those numbers, although they are very impressive, don't get us what we need to get. It's an all or nothing deal. It has to go over 25,000 or get to 25,000. So to do that, we need to work together. Now, I expect that we're going to put everything into this we can. You've got to hype it up as much as we can. We got to let everybody know as much as we can. And I'm making a personal appeal here because we really need everyone's help. You folks have already been enormously, enormously generous in your pledges, in your support, and in spreading the word. And I really hope that will continue because I need everyone's support here to make this happen and to bring this home for the team of Athos Arts, for the team of Alligator Rally, and for all the folks who were in the Grayshade core team as well. Yes, Brindlewood Bay is an example. I have been just, again, so moved by the words of Garlic Tofu, by Brandon O'Brien, by, Edie E. Bell at Brandon O'Brien's, which means Garlic Tofu and the Rising Tides. And I've just been so moved by what everyone has said about what I have meant to them and specifically what this book has meant to them. I'm really grateful for that. And I am proud of this book. I am proud of this series. I'm proud of the game. I am proud of the Norse Foundry coin that we've got sitting up there. Which is right, where is it? Wait for, right there. I'm very proud of this with Tari Tunes and her illustration. So I think we're going to have a big day tomorrow, but we need to make that day possible. We've got to hype it up and get as many people here as we can. This has never been done before on Twitch like this, and I think we can do it if we all pull together. And for it to work, we also need to make things happen tonight. And so with that said, again, Grayshade Kickstarter, please, please, please start pledging if you haven't done so already. Spread the word. We need help now. So any help that people can give would be much appreciated. But tonight, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be reading from the Eye of Argon. Now, for those of you who don't know about this, as I said, this is widely considered to be conceivably the worst story ever written. I actually first encountered this at a convention where there was this big room with a bunch of people sitting around. And the way that the gameplay works is that you have a group of people sitting around. They all have a copy of this. And this gets passed around from person to person. And you have to, A, continue to read it without fouling up the grammar or the punctuation. And then B, you need to do this while at the same time not breaking into laughter. That combination is not easy to do because this story, I don't even know if it's reasonable. It's bad or like it's not well written. I don't think there's no superlative high enough, nuanced enough to capture the destructive power of this fully operational garbage story. Like, I don't think there's just anything, like, there's just no, it can't, yeah. It is crap with a capital C. And so it was written by someone who was 16 at the time, and was published in a fanzine in the 1970s. And then it eventually caught the attention of some other people who were like, this can't conceivably be real. And here we are. So, so what I'm going to do is, and I think now, normally I would just read this, but I think what I have to do in this situation is a little bit different, because I think if I don't show the actual like thing that we're talking about, I don't think you're going to see the magnificence of this story fully recognized. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to thank Garlic Tofu for the tier 1 sub, 24 months on a 14-month streak. Thank you, Garlic, so much for everything. My friend, my dear friend, thank you, Garlic, for that. And thank you for, I cannot even go into, chat, how much work Garlic has put into trying to get this thing done. I am frankly very sad that this amount of work has been necessary. I was hoping this would be easier. But you know, it is what it is. It's been a thing. It's been a lot of stuff. But we are going to continue to try to do our best to just make it through as best we can, chat. That really is the plan here. So let me see if I can figure out where to place this. I guess I'll take off the cover. This is actually 50 Shades of Grey is considerably better than this. I mean considerably better. This is, as you'll see. Okay, so now here's how this is going to work tonight. Now, there are multiple chapters to this story, right? And right now, the situation that we're in is that we need to make some progress on the Kickstarter. So how are we going to do this? Very simple. For every $100 increment, and I will set the first one, I'm going to give a little bonus. Every $100 increment that the Kickstarter hits, I will read another chapter. So we are at 17,927. When we get up to 18,000, I will read, I think I'm going to read 2 chapters to begin with, is what I said. 18,000, I will read chapter 3. 18.1, chapter 4. 18.2, chapter 5, and so on. Now, if we get all the way up to 20K, which is what I would really love to get tonight. It would make a huge difference if we could get there. If I get up to 20K, I will read the prologue of my own story, Renegade, which is the sequel to this book. It is book 2 of Grayshade. Now, I will tell you that it is a manuscript version. It is based off names from the original manuscript. So it is very far from being official, but it will give you a little bit of a sense of what the second book is going to be like. So I'm going to do that. Yeah, exactly. Eye of Argon is supposed to be an example of what not to do when it comes to editing. And I think it was about what was not done, which was editing. There was actually an interview done with this author later on who was like, well, you know, I did do some edits later on. He's like, but I don't really have much of an understanding of structure or composition. I have not let you read this yet, and I'm not going to let you read it because it's not done. It's not done by me, and you don't get to see it until I have done it to my satisfaction, and then you can do your incredible editing work on it, along with hopefully you and John will be able to do your partnership work again on those 2 things. But that doesn't happen until it's ready to my satisfaction. This is not ready to my satisfaction, partly because it has old names and things like that. But I think it's going to be a special extra incentive for chat. So I'm hoping we'll be able to get there. So right now we've got 2 chapters of the Eye of Argon, chat, but to get to the 3rd chapter, we need to get to 18,000. Doesn't have to be you. If you can convince someone else to pledge to this, so much the better, but we need people to jump on board. So please, 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 please spread the word and pledge, and thank you so much for the support. Now, the last thing I need to do, chat, is I need to come up with a soundtrack here. We need this soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, like, again, so much. Garlic has just done so much incredible work that, you know, I've already expressed my admiration so many times, I don't even know what to say. But I'm just grateful. Okay, now I need to think about now what I need here is I need a good soundtrack. I'm thinking Conan game OST. I think that's what we're looking at. Yeah, there we go. Age of Conan Hyborian Adventures. That's definitely what we need. Okay, here we go. Conan, perfect. All right, now chat. Can you hear the music? Is it overwhelming me, or is it okay? Is it too much? Too little? Too much? Too little? Are we good? My voice versus the music. It's good like this? Okay. All right, chat. Please let everybody know. Spread the word. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the world of the Eye of Argon. Actually, I should take a drink before I start this. Remember, you got to get us to 18,000 if we're going to get Chapter 3. Oh, quick show of hands. I know that Triffid has read this before. I know Prince Justin has read this before. I know Arudinel, I know Caro has read this before. I know that Arudinel read a few pages and then sort of was horrified. I think the same thing with Rising Ties. How many of you have never read this thing in part or in its entirety? That was a little loud. You have not at all, okay. It's legendary. It's legendary. Okay, not in its entirety. All right. Here we go. Can't believe I'm doing this. I haven't at all. Okay. Okay. Here we go, folks. Again, Grayshade Kickstarter mods, do me a solid, please. As people are coming in and like, what is this? Explain to them the deal. If they want more of this, and if they want to get to my what I hope is an actually good reading, which is the Renegade Prologue. They got to get to 20K, but all they need to get is $100 to get us to the next chapter. So, 2 chapters. Here we go. The Eye of Argon by Jim Tice. The weather-beaten trail wound ahead into the dust-racked climes of the barren land which dominates large portions of the Norgolian Empire. Age-worn hoofprints smothered by the sifting sands of time shone dully against the dust-splattered crust of earth. The tireless sun cast its parching rays of incandescence from overhead halfway through its daily revolution. Small rodents scampered about, occupying themselves in the daily accomplishments of their dismal lives. Dust sprayed over 3 heaving mounts in blinding clouds while they bore the burdensome cargoes of their struggling overseers. "Prepare to embrace your creators in the Stygian haunts of hell, barbarian," gasped the first soldier. "Only after you have kissed the fleeting stead of death, wretch," returned Grigner. A sweeping blade of flashing steel riveted from the massive barbarian's hide enameled shield as his rippling right arm thrust forth, sending a steel-shod blade to the hilt into the soldier's plural vital organs. The disemboweled mercenary crumpled from his saddle and sank to the clouded sward, sprinkling the parched dust with crimson droplets of escaping life fluid. The enthused barbarian swiveled about, his shock of fiery red hair tossing robustly in the humid air currents as he faced the attack of the defeated soldier's fellow in arms. "Damn you, barbarian!" shrieked the soldier as he observed his comrade in death. A gleaming scimitar smote a heavy blow against the renegade's spiked helmet, bringing a heavy cloud over the Ecordion's misting brain. Shaking off the effects of the pounding blow to his head, Grigner brought down his scarlet-streaked edge against the soldier's crudely forged hauberk, clanging harmlessly to the left side of his opponent. The soldier's steed whinnied as he directed the horse back from the driving blade of the barbarian. Grigner leashed his mount forward as the hoarsely piercing battle cry of his wilderness-bred race resounded from his grinding lungs. A twirling blade bounced harmlessly from the mighty thief's buckler as his rolling right arm cleft upward, sending a foot of blinding steel ripping through the Cimmerian's exposed gullet. A gasping gurgle from the soldier's writhing mouth as he tumbled to the golden sand at his feet and wormed agonizingly in his deathbed. Grigner's emerald green orbs glared lustfully at the wallowing soldier struggling before his chestnut-swirled mount. His scowling voice reverberated over the dying form in a tone of mocking mirth. "You city-bred dogs should learn not to antagonize your better." Reining his weary mount ahead, Grigner resumed his journey to the Noragolian city of Gorzam, hoping to discover wine, women, and adventure to boil the wild blood coursing through his savage veins. The trek to Gorzam was forced upon Grigner when the soldiers of Kryn were leashed upon him by a faithless concubine he had wooed. His scandalous activities throughout the Cimmerian city had unleashed throngs of havoc and uproar among id', refined patricians, leading them to tack a heavy reward over his head. He had barely managed to escape through the back entrance of the inn he had been guzzling in as a squad of soldiers pounced upon him. After spilling a spout of blood from the leader of the mercenaries as he dismembered one of the officer's arms, he retreated to his mouth to make his way towards Gorzam, rumored to contain hoards of plunder and many young wenches for any man who has the backbone to wrest them away. There you go. Okay, now let me just confirm that is in fact chapter. Okay, good. All right. So far, so good, right? I want to point out, I think there's some important commentary to be had here. But let's just be clear. If you have it's important that he reined the horse forward. I don't think that's something we typically see. I like the idea that the soldiers stead whinnied. I mean, it's a bold move. Sometimes you have horses, but in this case, you have a stead. There's no need for a steed. This is a stead. I think it's important to recognize that when a soldier is killed, that soldier's mouth is writhing as they tumble to the golden sand and then worm agonizingly in their deathbed. So I'm just saying, like, that's just, I'm just bringing that up there. Okay. So I'm just being clear. So that was the end of chapter 1. Now, chat. We're now moving on to chapter 2, but I want to point out we are $73 away from me being able to read chapter 3. So, I mean, we need some help right here. We need to get that Kickstarter up to 18,000. Please do this because this is actual good stuff. So any kind of tweets and retweets, please get people in here. And if you're enjoying this, please support the Grayshade Kickstarter, which ends tomorrow. This is why we're pushing this right now. Every $100, starting at 18,000, I will read another chapter. So let's make it happen. Let's do this stuff up, please. Yeah, bringing their deathbed. It was nice. It was nice work for them. Okay, here we go. Chapter 2. This is the last free chapter here. Chapter 2. Arriving after dusk in Gorzam, Grigner descended down a dismal alley, reining his horse before a beaten tavern. The red-haired giant strode into the dimly lit hostelry reeking of foul odors and cheap wine. The air was heavy with choking fumes spewing from smoldering torches, encased within Veden's earthen-packed walls. Tables were clustered with groups of drunken thieves and cutthroats tossing dice or making love to willing prostitutes. Side note, that's basically Vegas. Eyeing a slender female crouched alone at a nearby bench, Grigner advanced, wishing to wholesomely occupy his time. The flickering torches cast weird shafts of luminescence dancing over the half-naked harlot of his choice, her stringy orchid twines of hair swaying gracefully over the lithe, opaque nose as she raised a half-drained mug to her pale red lips. Glancing upward, the alluring complexion, noted the stalwart giant as he rapidly approached. A faint glimmer sparked from the pair of deep blue ovals of the amorous female as she motioned toward Grigner, enticing him to join her. The barbarian seated himself upon a stool at the wench's side, exposing his body, naked, save for a loincloth, brandishing a long steel broadsword, an iron-spiraled battle helmet, and a thick leather sandals to her unobstructed view. Let's be clear, chat. The loincloth was brandishing the long steel broadsword. It was the loincloth. If you've ever wondered how a loincloth is useful, when your loincloth can brandish your long steel sword, you know you've got something better than a fanny pack. Just saying. "Thou hast need to occupy your time, barbarian?" questioned the female. "Only if something worth offering is within my reach," stated Grigner, as his hands crept to embrace the tempting female, who welcomed them with open willingness, as opposed to closed willingness. "From where do you come, barbarian, and by what are you called?" gasped the complying wench, as Grigner smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth. The engrossed Titan ignored the queries of the inquisitive female, pulling her towards him and crushing her sagging nipples to his yearning chest. Without struggle, she gave in, winding her soft arms around the harshly bronzed hide of Grigner corded shoulder blades as his calloused hands caressed her firm, protruding busts. "You make love well, wench," admitted Grigner as he reached for the vessel of potent wine his charge had been quaffing. A flying foot caught the mug Grigner had taken hold of, sending its blood-red contents sloshing over a flickering crescent, leashing tongues of bright orange flame to the foot-trodden floor. "Remove yourself, sirrah. The wench belongs to me," blabbered a drunken soldier, too far consumed by the influences of his virile brew to take note of the superior size of his adversary. Grigner lithely bounded from the startled female, his face lit up to an ashen-red ferocity, and eyes locked in a searing feral blaze toward the swaying soldier. "To hell with you, braggart!" bellowed the angered accordion as he hefted his finely honed broadsword. The staggering soldier clumsily reached towards the pommel of his dangling sword, but before his hands ever touched the oaken hilt, a silvered flash was slicing the heavy air. The thews of the savage's lashing right arm bulged from the glistening bronzed hide as his blade bit deeply into the soldier's neck, loping off the confused head of his senseless tormentor. Woo! With a nauseating thud, the severed oval toppled to the floor as the segregated torso of Grigner's bovine antagonist swayed, then collapsed in a pool of swirled crimson. That may be the greatest sentence ever written in English. With a nauseating thud, the severed oval toppled to the floor as the segregated torso of Grigner's bovine antagonist swayed, then collapsed in a pool of swirled crimson. Hell yeah, it did. In the confusion, the soldiers' fellows confronted Grigner with unsheathed cutlasses directed toward the latter's scowling makeup. "The slut should have picked his quarry more carefully," roared the victor in a mocking baritone growl as he wiped his dripping blade on the prostrate form and returned it to its scabbard. "The fool should have shown more prudence. However, you shall rue your actions while rotting in the pits," stated one of the sprawled soldier's comrades. Grigner's hand began to remove his blade from its leather housing, but retarded the motion in face of the blades waving before his face. "Dismiss your hand from the hilt, barbarian, or you shall find a foot of steel sheathed in your gizzard." Grigner weighed his position, observing his plight. Whereupon, he took the soldier's advice as the only logical choice. To attempt to hack his way from his present predicament could only warrant certain death. He was of no mind to bring upon his own demise if an alternate path presented itself. The will to necessitate his life forced him to yield to the superior force in hopes of a moment of carelessness later upon the part of his captors in which he could effect a more plausible means of escape. "You may steady your arms. I will go without a struggle." "Your decision is a wise one, yet perhaps you would have been better off had you forced death." The soldier's mouth wrinkled to a sadistic grin of knowing mirth as he prodded his prisoner on with his sword point. After an indiscriminate period of marching through slinking alleyways and dim moonlighted streets, the procession confronted a massive seraglio. The palace area was surrounded by an iron grating with a lush garden upon all sides. Well, he definitely gives Grigner all kinds of different options of spelling, and especially capitalizations. Grigner does not correspond to normal capitalization rules, okay? Grigner is bigger than any capitalization rules. You cannot constrain him. You cannot constrain him to simple rules of English. Okay. One stumble so far, yes. The group was admitted through the gilded gateway, and Grigner was led along a stone pathway bordered by plush vegetation lustfully enhanced by the moon's shimmering rays. Upon reaching the palace, the group was granted entrance, and after several minutes of explanation, led through several winding corridors to a richly draped chamber. Confronting the group was a short, stocky man seated upon a golden throne. Tapestries of richly draped regal blue silk covered all walls of the chamber, while the steps leading to the throne were plated with sparkling white ivory. The man upon the throne had a naked wench seated at each of his arms, and a trusted advisor seated in back of him. You know this because the seated advisor has a sign. At each corner of the chamber, a guard stood at attention, with upraised pikes supported in their hands, golden chainmail adorning their torsos, and barred helmets emitting scarlet plumes enshrouding their heads. The man rose from his throne to the dais surrounding it. His plush turquoise robe dangled loosely from his chonky frame. The soldiers surrounding Grignir fell to their knees with heads bowed to the stone masonry of the floor in fearful dignity to their sovereign, Lage. "Explain the purpose of this intrusion upon my chateau." "Your serenity, resplendent and noble grandeur, we have brought this yokel before you," the soldier gestured toward Grignir, "for the redress or your all-knowing wisdom in judgment regarding his fate." "Down on your knees, lout, and pray proper homage to your sovereign," commanded the pudgy noble of Grignir. "By the surly beard of Mrfr, Grignir kneels to no man," scowled the massive barbarian. "You dare to deal this blasphemous act to me? You are indeed brave, stranger, yet your valor smacks of foolishness. I find you to be the only fool sitting upon your pompous throne, enhancing the rolling flabs of your belly in the midst of your elaborate luxury and—" The soldier standing at Grignir's side smote him heavily in the face with the flat of his sword, cutting short the harsh words and knocking his battered helmet to the masonry with an echoing clang. The paunchy noble's sagging round face flushed suddenly pale, then pastily lit up to a lustrous cherry-red radiance. His lips trembled with malicious rage while emitting a muffled sibilant gibberish. His sagging flabs rolled like a tub of upset jelly, then compressed as he sucked in his gut in an attempt to conceal his softness. Got some Santa Claus vibes going on here. The prince regained his statue, then spoke to the soldiers surrounding Grignir, his face conforming to an ugly expression of sadistic humor. "Take this uncouth heathen to the vault of misery, and be sure that his agonies are long and drawn out before death can release him." "As you wish, sire. Your command shall be heeded immediately," answered the soldier on the right of Grignir as he stared into the barbarian's, plural, seemingly unaffected face. The advisor, seated in the back of the noble, slowly rose and advanced to the side of his master. Guess he got off of the back, motioning the wenches seated at his sides to remove themselves. He lowered his head and whispered to the noble. "Eminence, the punishment you have decreed will cause much misery to this scum, yet it will last only a short time, then release him to a land beyond the sufferings of the human body. Why not mellow him in one of the subterranean vaults for a few days, then send him to life labor in one of your buried mines? To one such as he, a life spent in the confinement of the Stygian pits will be an infinitely more appropriate and lasting torture." The noble cupped his drooping double chin in the folds of his briming palm, meditating for a moment upon the rationality of the counselor's word ''S, then raised his shaggy brown eyebrows and turned toward the advisor, eyes aglow. "As always, Agathond, you speak with great wisdom. Your words ring of great knowledge concerning the nature of one such as he, saith the king." The noble turned toward the prisoner with a noticeable shimmer reflecting in his frog-like eyes and his lips contorting to a greasy grin. "I have decided to void my previous decree. The prisoner shall be removed to one of the palace's, plural, underground vaults. There he shall stay until I have decided that he has sufficiently simmered, whereupon he is to be allowed to spend the remainder of his days at labor in one of my mines." Upon hearing this, Grigner realized that his fate would be far less merciful than death to one such as he, who is used to roaming the countryside at will. A life of confinement would be more than his body and mind could stand up to. This type of life would be immeasurably worse than death. "I shall never understand the ways if your twisted civilization. I simply defend my honor and am condemned to life confinement by a pig who sits on his royal ass wooing whores and knows nothing of the affairs of the land he imagines to rule," lectures Grignier. "Enough of this. Away with the slut before I loose my control." Seeing the peril of his position, Grigner searched for an opening. Crushing prudence to the sword, he plowed into the soldier at his left arm, taking hold of his sword, and bounding to the dais supporting the prince before the startled guards could regain their composure. Agaffin leaped Grigner and his sire, but found a sword blade permeating the length of his ribs before he could loose his weapon. The counselor slumped to his knees as Grigner slid his crimsoned blade from Agaffin's ribcage. The fat prince stood undulating in insurmountable fear before the edge of the fiery-maned comet, his flabs of jellied blubber pulsating to and fro in ripples of flowing terror. "Where is your wisdom and power now, your majesty?" growled Grigner. The prince went rigid as Grigner discerned him glazing over his shoulder. He swerved to note the cause of the noble's attention, raised his sword over his head, and prepared to leash a vicious downward cleft, but fell short as the haft of a steel-rimed pike clashed against his unguarded skull. Then blackness and solitude, silence enshrouding and ever peaceful, reigned supreme. "Before me, sirrah! Before me as always! Ha ha ha! Ha!" Nobly cackled. What's up, Mighty Muir? Mighty Mur is actually Mur Lafferty, who runs a podcast and is a fine author in her own right. And it's good to see you, Mur. Welcome. We are doing this for, I know that Mur, of course, knows about the Eye of Argon. I am doing this, of course, to benefit the Grayshade Kickstarter. We have done so far 2 chapters, but to get to the next chapter, chat, we need to support to get to the level of 18,000. I will read another chapter for every $100, and I start with a little bit of a bonus. Only $73, which would be just a backing of the Grayshade signed paperback trilogy plus an audiobook, I believe, to get us up to 18,000. And once we do that, I'll read chapter 3. And so... Absolutely. And I know you've been on Twitch for a long time too. I have actually lurked on occasion in your channel and watched some of your stuff. So I hope all is well. Of course, Mur, wonderful podcaster, and many other things. But good to see you. So yes, and we're doing this because we have our epic RPG event coming tomorrow. The Grayshade Kickstarter ends tomorrow night at midnight. So we only have now 27 hours, a little bit underneath 27 hours remaining, and we need your help. So any kind of support that people are able to give here by pledging to the Kickstarter themselves, by spreading the word, by letting people know would be much, much, much appreciated. We really do need the help. And once we get to 18,000, I will read chapter 3. When we get to 18.1, I'll read chapter 4, and so on, assuming you're having fun with the Eye of Argon. I mean, I know this is one of the great works. I don't know if it's possible to understand how difficult it is to deal with the full might of the description of the drooping double chin in the folds of his briming palm, or what in fact we think about a pompous throne, or in fact about an advisor who stands up from seated in the back of the noble. So like he's just literally sitting in the noble and then standing up and doing that. That's that kind of thing is really important. So, oh, did we get more? Hold on, my thing did not auto refresh. Aha! So there we go. We are at 17,947. $53 away, chat. $53 away. We're also only 6 backers away from our next stretch goal too. 6 backers away from our stretch goal. $53 away from chapter 3. I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to have something more about, to be clear, the simmering. Don't you want to know about the underground vaults of this palace where he simmers? This was told to us twice, by the way, that he has to simmer in this vault. So you just lightly simmer him, I assume, with a little bit of garlic, maybe some pesto. You just simmer him in the vault until he's ready to go. So you just, that's what you do. So please, please, please spread the word. Let people know. If we get to 20K tonight, then I am going to read the prologue to the sequel to this novel, Grayshade, which is the, of course, the book that got all this started. Grayshade was published by Athos Arts at the end of not quite last month, a little more than that now, at the end of May. It was published, and the Grayshade Kickstarter backs Renegade and Heretic, which are the next two books in that trilogy, and a 5e RPG, and Brandon O'Brien is one of the people working on that RPG, plus also did a lot of work in terms of the sensitivity read and discussions that we had since then regarding this book. And so Brandon is a huge part of this. Award-winning Garlic Tofu was the main editor of this book and did a spectacular job with it, not surprisingly. E.D. Ebell, award-winning author, and also award-winning author, also the editor guest of honor at CanCon 2022. So you're going to want to make that. So 200 backers, we get to an additional class, but $53. That's it. $53. $53. That's it. That makes him a Cimmerian. I see what you did there. $53. We get to 18,000, chat, and at that point I can read you chapter 3. And chapter 3 begins with a sentence: consciousness returned to Grigner in stigmatic pools. You want to know more about those stigmatic pools? You've thought that consciousness was just part of the brain, but it was actually stigmatic pools was a part of it. So let's jump on board. Let's do this. And of course, I should say, now, if we get if somebody jumped in with, let's say, a $500 pledge, that's 5 chapters. 5 chapters you get of the Eye of Argon. So that's what would happen. You don't have to just keep it to just, a little bit. If you were like, you know what, I have to hear more, bam, let me drop it down. And of course, in all seriousness, you actually get some really good stuff from the project itself. The Eye of Argon is just a fun little additional thing. I thought it was important to read arguably the greatest story ever told. As we hear from this Eye of Argon cover, which states, it is the worst story ever written. Possibly the worst story ever written. So, just to be clear. So, yes, indeed. There we go. 53, chat. 53. That is all we need to get the next stage of this unlocked. 53 for us to be able to read chapter 3. Yeah. This was published, as I said, by a fanzine. And for a while, of course, no one really knew what was going on. And then later on, what's great about it is if it was just crap on its own, that would be one thing. It's such entertaining crap. It's so, in so many ways, grammatically entertaining. I think I've still only got the one stumble so far, so I feel like I'm doing pretty well to this point. It has been a while since I've read The Majesty of the Eye of Argon, so. I actually lost in this convention game. I don't remember if it was because of a stumble or if it was because of laughing at some ridiculous line. It might have been about the caressing the protruding busts, because that just, what? But the person who won it when I was playing the last time at Gen Con was actually Anton Strout, who ended up reading the end of it in a Christopher Walken accent. It was very, very funny. Poor Anton Strout passed away a couple of years ago, former Gen Con guest of honor. But yeah, it was actually Anton. Thank you, Prince Justin. The thing is, the way to do it actually is to completely commit. You have to commit to the reading. If you're just like, oh my God, this is terrible, you'll never get through it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, in fairness, one has only one bust. That might be the case. Yeah, I mean, it's a 16-year-old. I don't know. I don't know what to say. In fact, while we're waiting to get that 57, I'll actually say. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so here's... Okay, there you go, chat. There was the author at the age of writing. That's right. That's right, Rising Ties. Yeah, he did. I mean, you know, like, I thought a little bit about that, about, like, how mean it is, but then I was like, no. Like, you've either got to accept it, because it wasn't... I don't think he wrote later stuff. I do think there was a sequel that someone attempted to write to the Eye of Argon. I don't remember if it was him or somebody else, but just, like... Yeah. That's right, he passed away, yeah. This music, by the way, is absolutely perfect for this, can I just say? Absolutely perfect. But there we go, chat. We need... it's actually been put out in some book form. It's so great. Like the original typed manuscript and everything. Oh, man. So good. So, yeah. So, we need another 53 to get to 18,000. Let's make it happen. We can do it. And also, for those of you who have already pledged and are completely tapped out, I totally get it. I am in no way, you know, saying to you folks, but like that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. Because it's one thing to make, like, for example, I would never do this if this were a story that was handed into me by a student. I've had some howlers. Not this bad, but I've had some howlers. I would never do that to a student. First of all, it would be a violation of privacy and all kinds of things. But secondly, I wouldn't do it anyway because I don't look at my students as like people to make fun of, right? But if I have someone whose work was just so god-awful and was somehow published and is an example of like the worst tropes that exist within fantasy, then you need, as you just said, Rising Ties, a cautionary tale. And yeah, exactly. The sexism, the bigotry, like the whole, it's so bad. And like, yeah. And that's the thing, right? It's not even, I mean, I don't want to say that it's, I guess it's sort of unconscious, but it's like someone just read Conan and just took in like, all right, muscled barbarian, lustful witch. I mean, it's also like just a highly sexed kid's fever dream on top of everything else, which is like, should not be put on paper. Like it doesn't, no, don't the thing. Hey, what's up, satisfied viewer? I do not. It's actually pretty warm here too, although the air conditioning has kicked in finally here. But it's actually pretty warm here. Welcome to the Eye of Argon. We are waiting to get to 18,000 in the Kickstarter. We just need 53 more bucks, and then we are going to move on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3 of the Eye of Argon, the greatest story ever told, by which we mean the worst story ever told. So we can do this, chat. 53 bucks. I tried to set a fairly low limit because I wasn't sure. And I know some people are saving up also to be able to back during the great mega event tomorrow. But seriously, the closer that we can get to completion, the closer that we get, the more likely it is that we're going to get this done, because we will need all hands on deck in terms of shares. It is the bestest story ever told, absolutely. But in terms of shares, in terms of hype, it's going to be a 12-hour extravaganza, but it only works if there's people who are really rooting with it hanging out, checking it out, and then supporting on that basis. So we really need help on that. And the closer we can get tonight, the less that we have to worry about, just like sweating it out tomorrow, because we want to be in a position where we really are able to fund with a little bit of time to spare. We don't want to have a situation where it's like 11:52 and the Kickstarter is going to end in 7 minutes and we're still like 300 shy or something. Like so like the more that we can move things along, the better. And again, remember that you will get the audiobook from Tren when the thing funds. Anyone who paid $10 extra as an add-on will get the audiobook from Tren Sparks of Grayshade, and you will get many other things as well. You can pledge for that Founders Norse Foundry Founders Coin limited edition, which is numbered individually and which has Tari Toons, our very own Tari Toons illustration. You can get a copy of the digital novels. You can get a copy of the physical novels. You can get a copy of the RPG, digital or physical. You can get signed copies of different stuff. You can get a copy of Icarus, my award-winning graphic novel. You can get a lot of different stuff. So it's all about that. All right. Thank you, Caro. Sleep well. And thank you for backing tonight as well. I appreciate it. So it's going to be great. And you're going to have, during that event tomorrow, you're going to have 4 GMs. You will have myself, you will have the Rising Ties, you will have Turbo Tango, Michael Underwood, and you will have Johnny Pittman, Video Store Cowboy, is going to be joining us as well. So we're going to have all those backers, backers on the brain, all of those GMs who will be backing our project and supporting our project through their GM work, along with 11 incredible players. So it's going to be amazeballs, and you will definitely want to make sure that you're here for it. All right, I'm going to reload since I missed it last time when the thing went up, and it did not auto-update for some reason, and I don't know why. I just don't know why. And we have a lot of these project followers as well. The 48-hour thing has gone out now, so that's going to be cleared. No. You have done 10 times more than enough, Garlic. This stream, as I say, is just designed to kind of keep things moving along. And so you have done more than enough, and I mostly want you to rest as much as you can and just kind of, gather whatever energy you can from whatever reserves somehow are left, because really, Garlic Tofu has just absolutely exhausted herself in the process of trying to get this thing. It's been, as I said, a grind. We had a very good opening couple of days, and then it just absolutely fell off a cliff. We hit that plateau in the middle, and it was, Kickstarters go through this all the time, but man, did we hit a plateau. Now, that has picked up again over the last few days, and we've made some excellent progress now, but we're still $7,100 short, a little bit less than that, $7,056 short, or $53 short now. So we have to do that. Yeah, more than anyone else should, could, or would. That's exactly right. That's what Arudinel said. Just been absolutely tireless. And, again, and I want to say, Brandon has done so much incredible spreading of the word here since we're talking about other people. The mods who have been here for all the streams, spreading the word, pledging themselves, letting people know. All the retweets, all of the Facebook shares, all of that stuff has been really appreciated. And we're getting there, but we just need to make more progress. So now is the time to be able to step up and, make sure we can get this over the line. So 53 bucks. And we will officially get to that $18,000 total that will allow me to read chapters 3. And actually what I'll probably do is I'll probably read, because chapter 3 is literally 3 paragraphs, I'll probably read chapters 3 and 3.5 is what I'll do. And then chapter 4, which is longer, chapter 5, chapter 6. Yeah, I'm just making sure I got all of those there. So we got to do this. Yeah, there's chapter 3.5. There's chapter 3.5. Because what happened was, I'm sure, we've been through this before, right? You're writing along, and then you're like, oh, crap, like I have a whole section I need to add. So rather than, this is pre-word processor. So instead of, there's the 3.5 because instead of a word processor, you're like, oh, crap. So he just added another page, and he called it chapter 3.5. Problem solved. He doesn't have to erase 3 or erase 4 and make it 4 and then like get all the order out of the way. He's like, you know what? This is the editing that we need. This is what we got. Right. That's right. Library and Icarus, and in fact, Icarus was not funded at all, but going into that last day. And we are now, as I say, 72, 73%, something like that funded. So we have, like I say, we've made excellent progress. So this is just designed, like I say, to do a little bit of a pre-show, get some extra, juice into this, and push this. And again, I know many people who are watching have already backed So I understand that, and I'm not asking anyone to, I'm not trying to get blood from a stone, but I'm talking about the folks who may not have backed yet, or who are like, you know what, my friend would love this, I got to tell them, or remembered, oh man, this person, those are the things that I'm basically asking people to consider is all. And I know that a lot of people, just by human nature, are going to wait until the last 24 hours. I wish that weren't the case. I wish that human nature were different, because that adds a lot of extra stress, but to us who are running the Kickstarter, but what are you going to do? So that's basically the idea. So yeah, it's the thing. It's the thing. So we've, there's the thing that we've got. Aha! We've hit it. The power has come. We have crossed 18,000. Let's go. We have crossed 18,000. Chapter 3 and 3.5 of the Eye of Argon is yours, chat. That's what I'm talking about. Chapter 3 and 3.5. We are here. Chapter 3 and 3.5. So we are there. We were going to do that. We're also 5 backers away now, chat. Only 5 backers away from 200 and from getting that extra bonus class. So we're close to that too. Plus now, not only do we get chapter 3 and 3.5, we are now only $68 away from chapter 4. See, that's the benefit of that. That brought us over the limit, and that's the key. So that's going to be the key. So thank you to whoever did that, whether you're here or elsewhere. Thank you. 18,032. Let's get it. Here we go. So chapter 3. Let me drink a little bit of water here. Chat, are you ready for Grigner's stigmatic pools? Yeah, I heard that story before, Rudinal. I felt really bad for your aunt. I've heard other stories like that, sadly. Okay. Here we go. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready for the stigmatic pools? Thank you so much for getting us to 18K. Let's do it. Okay. Oh, I want to tell you a story, by the way, very quickly. So I felt like much of today I was absolutely losing my mind, because I kept hearing this like, and now we're up to 18,082. That's good. That means we're only $18 away from 18.1. Let's do it. And then I'll be able to read chapter 4 also. But anyway, I kept hearing this like, doof, doof, like this bonking sound, like something was hitting against something. And I'm like, what the? And I'm like looking around. I'm like, is there an animal? And then I look up, and my Tintin, one of my Tintin posters from actually the Calculus Affair, the French version of it, which is like up against the wall. In fact, if I zoom out a little bit, you see like they're kind of like up on because my wall of my office is tilted. And my air conditioner, which has been working overtime because it's been hot here today, my air conditioner's air was literally blowing into it and making it bonk against the ceiling. I was like, thank God, because I thought I had lost my mind. I'm like, what exactly? Do you like Tintin? You have never seen these? Oh, yeah, absolutely I do. Let me see. How do I show this off without fouling up everything? All right, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to foul it up a little bit, but whatever. Those are my Tintin posters. I've got the Black Island. I've got the French version of King Ottokar's Scepter. And right over there, you can't see it too well, but right over there is the Calculus Affair, which is the French version. Yeah, I grew up with Tintin, and my father got them for me and read some of them to me. And I think Hergé is actually a really fascinating figure, because Hergé is a guy who wrote some very, very, had some really terribly racist stuff in a couple of his works. And but what he did was he actually ended up realizing while he was alive that he had done this, and of his own volition, not only apologized to many of those communities and said how wrong he had been and he hadn't realized, and that he was going to be much better, but he actually stuck to his word. And in fact, he wrote a lot of books that were virulently anti-racist. In fact, one of his books called The Red Sea Sharks is this absolute broadside against the slave trade and all of this stuff. Just fascinating a kind of business. So yeah, I have posters up there. This is going to kill me now because I'm going to be like, God damn, it's not right. Oh man, but it was worth it to show you the tin posters. Okay, here we go, chat. I am so excited. 18082, $18 away from getting us to the next goal. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Chapter 3. Consciousness returned to Grignir in stigmatic pools as his mind gradually cleared of the cobwebs cluttering its inner recesses, yet the Stygian cloud of charcoal ebony remained, an incompatible shield of blackness enhanced by the bleak absence of sound. Grignir's muddled brain reeled from the shock of the blow he had received to the base of his skull. The events leading to his predicament were slow to filter back to him. He dickered with the notion that he was dead and had descended or sunk, however it may be, to the shadowed land beyond the apparature of the grave, but rejected this hypothesis when his memory sifted back within his grips. Some of these sentences are world-defining. Apparature of the grave is just chef's kiss. This was not the land of the dead. It was something infinitely more precarious than anything the grave could offer. Death promised an infinity of peace, not the finite misery of an inactive life of confined torture, forever concealed from the life-bearing shafts of the beloved rising sun. The orb that had been before taken for granted, yet now cherished above all else. To be forever refused further glimpses of the snow-capped summits of the land of his birth, never again to witness the thrill of plundering unexplored lands beyond the crest of a bleeding horizon, and perhaps worst of all, the denial to ever again encompass the lustful excitement of caressing the naked curves of the body of a trim, yound wench. Now, it's one thing to have a young wench, but a yound wench, that's a wench of a whole different consonant. This was indeed one of the buried chasms of hell concealed within the inner depths of the palace's despised interior. A fearful ebony chamber devised to drive to the brinks of insanity the minds of the unfortunately condemned through the inapt solitude of a limbo of listless, dreary silence. Chapter 3, baby. We get to see this is sort of the deeper exploration of the darkness of the mind. See, both Garlic Tofu and also the Rising Ties, of course, had the chance to talk quite a bit about. Why am I not? This is not right. This is bothering me. Okay. Talked a little bit about the exploration of darkness, and what it was like to have that kind of darkness. So they really talked about that quite a bit. And here we have a situation, where it's the darkness of Grignir, who is thinking about the loss of the beloved rising sun. He would lose further glimpses of the snow-capped summits. You can see his dark night of the soul is just, it's wench on a bench. Instead of elf on a shelf, it's wench on a Is this a trim yound wench, though? Because I assume that's, are we playing with elf on a shelf? No, my lad, it's wench on a bench. Yound wench on a bench. They just call the game yound. Yound. Leaving aside, spell checkers, I'm not nuts, right? They did actually, back in the 70s, I was born in 1972. I was vaguely aware by the time I reached the end of the decade of some of these things. I was starting to read when I was 4. I assume by the time that they understood that a D was not a G, right? I guess. It's a bearded Australian wench on a... Oh, I see. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, Chapter 3 was great. What about Chapter 3.5? Let's find out. A tightly wrung elliptical circle or torches cast their wavering shafts prancing morbidly over the smooth surface of a rectangular ridged altar. Altar what? We don't know. I like the idea also, by the way, that this is an elliptical circle or torches, right? Not of torches, or torches. I don't know that I have satisfied. I'm not sure. Yeah. I will eventually get this camera fixed back to normal. Anyway. Expertly chiseled forms of grotesque gargoyles graced the oblique rim, protuberating the length of the grim orifice of death, staring forever ahead into nothingness in complete ignorance of the bloody rites enacted in their press sense. Brown flaking stains decorated the golden surface of the ridge surrounding the altar, which banked to a small slit at the lower right-hand corner of the altar. Now be clear, surrounding the altar, which is not to be confused with the later in the sentence term of altar. Let's be clear. The slit stood above a crudely pounded pail, which had several silver meshed chalices hanging at its sides. Dangling at the rim of golden mallet, the handle of which was engraved with images of twisted faces and groved at its far end with slots designed for a snug hand grip. That's exactly right. More protuberating orifices. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Mighty Mur. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Mur, you should definitely, I mean, obviously people can just follow you, but you should put your own channel as a link so that people know to follow you about stuff. That would be great if you could do that. And then, thank you. Yes, we'll try to provide more protuberating orifices if we can. Where are we? Yes. The head of the mallet was slightly larger than a clenched fist and shaped into a smooth oval mass. To be clear, you definitely want the head of your hammer to be a smooth oval mass. If it's like a rough rectangular mass, or if it is like a pointed, like triangular mass, you want that mallet head to be shaped into a smooth oval mass. What's up, Larry B? You actually thought Yund was a word I didn't know, and Google asked me, did you actually mean Yenta or Yaound? It does sound vaguely Yiddish, doesn't it? Like she's such a Yund, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was a D was meant to be a G, but I just don't understand why no one caught that. They're just like, well, nope, listen, the author's voice. It was an early version of what Athos Arts does so wonderfully. Athos Arts believe in the author's voice. This group just took it a little too far. They're like, you know what? We're not going to constrain the author with our views of grammar and spelling. Like, we're not going to do that. See, now you know what, Trifid? Should I even? Okay. Now, I'm going to continue chapter 3.5. Remember, chat, to get to the next level and to get us closer to our goal, we need to get to 18,100 so I can read you chapter 4. And don't forget that this is to back our Grayshade Kickstarter. If we get to 20,000 tonight, then I will read you for the first time ever, as far as we know, in public, at least in public over the internet, I will read the prologue to the sequel to Grayshade called Renegade. So you will not want to miss that. That's going to be good stuff. Right. A good editor. Well, can you imagine? I wonder, did that happen? Right? Like, was the editor like, did you mean Yound? You know, and the author's like, I don't know. Maybe the editor, when they tried to correct it, actually sent the word young because like their brain could not process that. So they were just like, did you mean to use the word young? And the author's like, yeah, I meant to use the word young. He's like, all right. And then just kept in the freaking typo. Okay. Encircling the marble altar was a congregation of leering shaman. Eerie chants of a bygone age, originating unknown eons before the memory of man, were being uttered from the buried recesses of the acolytes' deeplings. Orange paint was smeared in generous globules over the tops of priests' wrinkled shaven scalps, while golden rings projected from the lobes of their pink ears. Ornate robes of luxurious purple satin enclosed their bulging torsos, attached around their waists with silvered silk lashes, latched with ebony buckles in the shape of Moreau's misshaped skulls. Dangling around their necks were oval-fashioned medallions held by thin gold chains, featuring in their centers blood-red rubies which resembled crimson fetish eyeballs. Cushioning their bare feet were plush red felt slippers with pointed golden spikes projecting from their tips. I just want to stop for a moment and ask how someone would know what a crimson fetish eyeball looks like. You know, it's like saying, "Oh yeah, you know that looks like that right there. That insect looks like a bee," or like, "Oh yeah, that looks like a ball," or yeah, that silhouette reminds me of like a dragon, and it's like that reminds me of a crimson fetish eyeball. Like, what? They had great skin. What's up, Light and Passion? Oh my heavens! I feel like shaman as in multiple shamans. Well, because actually Rising Tides, of course that so normally the way it goes is one shaman, or shaman. I should say shaman because I was saying shaman because of that, so it should be shaman. So one shaman, and then multiple shamanai, or in the colloquial, shamani. Don't be kink. One shaman, many shamanai. I'm blue shamani shamanai shamanai. Got him. All right. Don't be kink shaman people. I don't. Kink shaman. You mean kin shaman? As an occult fetish. Don't squeeze the shame. It's just the best. All right. Situated in front of the altar, and apparently this is different from the altar, so we're back to the altar. Situated in front of the altar, and directly adjacent to the copper pail was a massive jade idol, a misshaped, hideous bust of the shaman's pagan deity. The shimmering green idol was placed in a sitting posture and an ornately carved golden throne raised upon a round, divari-plated dais, it bulging arms and webbed hands resting on the padded arms of the seat. To be clear, not ivory-plated, but divari-plated. And in each case, this is not a dais, it's a dais. Dias! Dias! Dias, come and we played it in Divari. Okay. Its head was entwined in golden snake-like coils hanging over its oblong ears, which tapered off to thin hollow points. Its nose was a bulging triangular mass sunken in at its sides with gaping nostrils. Toe gaping nostrils. You take those gaping nostrils and you just toe them. You toe them around, okay? That's what you do. You toe the gaping nostrils. That's what you're doing. I'm glad, satisfied, I'm glad. Dramatic beneath the nostrils was a twisted, shaggy-lipped mouth, giving the impression of a slavering, sadistic grimace. But remember, it only gave the impression of that. It doesn't actually do that, like it's just this. But it looks like at any moment it could be a slavering, sadistic grimace. Let's just be clear about that. At the foot of the heathen deity, a slender, pale-faced female, naked but for a golden, jeweled harness enshrouding her huge, outcropping breasts. Her huge outcropping breasts, supporting long silver laces which extended to her thigh, stood before the pearl-white field with noticeable shivers traveling up and down the length of her exquisitely molded body. She was apparently a Lego figure. Her delicate lips trembled beneath soft, narrow hands as she attempted to conceal herself from the piercing stare of the ambivalent idol. The idol which isn't actually staring. The idol which is just sort of like ambivalent. The idol's just like... Glaring directly down towards her was the stony, cycloptic face of the bloated deity. Gaping from its single oblong socket was scintillating, many-fauceted scarlet emerald, just multiple faucets, like hot and cold. Every element of the emerald has got faucets. Everywhere you look is just faucets, just faucet plural. It's faucet eye, right? Rising Tides? One faucet, many faucet eye. A brilliant gem seeming to possess a life all of its own. a priceless gleaming stone capable of domineering the wealth of conquering empires, the Eye of Argon. Now, it's hallelujah, it's a raining gems. Wait, the laces to the thigh. That's true. I don't know if well, apparently, was it the harness supporting the long silver laces which extended to her thigh? Or were the huge outcropping breasts supporting long silver laces? Because if it is a huge outcropping, I mean, you can climb down from ropes off of outcropping. So I assume that these are just, rope, right? This is like Man on the Mountain stuff, I think, right? Like I'm guessing. Is what I'm thinking. Yeah, like I figure that's... No, they're definitely not. I really love the fauceted emerald, by the way. And let's also be clear that it bulging arms and there are toe gaping nostrils. Now, you can have two, but to toe the gaping nostrils is an entirely different order. It's just a different thing. It is just, yeah. Okay, so we are at 18,082, chat. If you want more, if you're like, God, I've got to see what happens next, $18, chat, and we'll be at 18.1, and I will read chapter 4. Chapter 4, baby. Chapter 4, let's go. And 5 more backers, we will be at the 200 backer goal, which will allow us to add a bonus class so that instead of just the 5 classes in our 5e RPG Grayshade, which are right now the Acolyte, the Informant, the Investigator, the Merchant, and the Noble, we will have a 6th class, which the backers of the Kickstarter will get to vote upon from 3 possible choices. So you need to make sure that we get to that limit, and we are only 5 backers away from reaching that stretch goal. We are also $18 away from 18.1. As I say, if people support at a higher level than that, then you get multiple chapters read. So we're just moving along here, but we have to get to that next chapter. So chapter 4 is only $18 away. Once we get past 18.1, we read chapter 4 and then we go on from there. So let's do it. We can make this happen. I was kicked in the face barefoot. That's how you get toe nostrils. No. Now, see, that's not... Now, I'm ashamed of you, Rudenell, because that's not accurate. As you can see, the misspelling is T-O-W, not T-O-E. This is a meticulous writer who means to toe gaping nostrils. That is the idea behind what he's doing. All right? Very important that we clearly represent what is actually being done here. That's how it is. You have to toe the nostril. That's how that works. Yeah. Also, I'm curious. So is Lushore purple? Is that a particular version of purple? Like there's royal purple, right? So is Lushore purple a different kind of purple? Because a lesser writer would obviously have written luscious purple, but clearly that's not it here. So we're talking about a Lushore purple. And the Lushore purple is what the Leering Shaman are wearing. So we've got that. I also like the idea that eerie chants of a bygone age, which originate unknown eons before the memory of man. So apparently, either these people are aliens, or before man had a memory, people were singing this song. Like that's, blonde nostril hair and gaping nostrils as in toe-headed. It's quite possible, although I think the way that the rest of it suggests... Oh, yes, I forgot about this. Man, there's just so much stuff to unpack here. What do we have to say, chat, about, for example, dangling at the rim of Golden Mallet? What do we have to say about the fact that the Golden Mallet was groved at its far end? Now, that is not grooved. Okay, we're not talking about just little, depressions that are engraved into or carved into wood or metal. We're talking about groved. Okay? So like a forest grove, just bam on your hammer. And remember, the hammer is a smooth oval mass. So on your smooth oval mass, you got a forest. Bam, grove. Let's go. Give me a grove. Yeah, this song right here, you can hear this music. This song came before the memory of man. You would appreciate a literal version of this animated. Man, so would I. There has been an MST3K-ish version of this done in text, but man, I would, yeah. Having any version of that, like more than that, would be pretty sick. It would be pretty wild. Okay, 18 bucks. 18 bucks left. All we have to do is get 18 more dollars and I can read you chapter 4. And look, chapter 4 is a long one. Look at how long chapter 4 is. Look at that. Look at that chapter 4. Look how much chapter 4 you're going to get. Chapter 5 is pretty good. 6 is very long. Wow, 6 is a lot. 7 and 7.5. We have another 7.5, by the way. So we got all this stuff, and then of course there is a lost ending. So there's that too. But you know, that's obviously bonus stuff. So chapter 4. A Blu-ray of that in 4K. So that's what we need. $18, chat. $18, and we will be up to 18,100, and I will read chapter 4. So far, we have journeyed with Grigner from the desert to a tavern to the simmering vaults underneath the temple. So we've got chapter 1, which he didn't bother to label. We got chapter 2. We got chapter 3. Chapter 3.5. And now we're leading up to chapter 4. Yeah, it's sick. It's amazing. This is not to be missed. Like I say, I haven't been at a con where they've done this for a while. But I did it at Gen Con 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Maybe. Might have been 7. God, is that possible? What even is time? Tommy, what? I was thinking Uwe Boll, Proxima. Don't you think Uwe Boll would be all over this? Ladies and gentlemen, people of the world, Uwe Boll. Uwe Boll, the man, the myth, the legend behind Postal. This is very dramatic. The chorus clearly wants us to get that extra 18 bucks. Extra 18 bucks. So please spread the word. Let people know. Bring in the peoples. We are halfway through. We are making a way downtown. Oh, okay. That's not something I need to worry about right now. Uwe and Wiseau team up direction. Yes. With lens flare provided by J.J. Abrams. That's a little unfair because I actually think J.J. Abrams is not an awful director. But certainly compared to Uwe Boll anyway. To read My Immortal. Are we talking about the Evanescence song? I cried and all the way all my tears. Michael Bay, visual director. Yes. And then just French subtitles. Exactly. That's it, Runel. That's exactly right. He's a good director with an addiction to overdone special effects. And actually, George Lucas had that problem. You know, if George Lucas could have been kept away from the extra, the extra work of, oh, look, I have more CG, we would have been better off. I mean, good Lord. All right, $18 more, folks, and we will be able to get Chapter 4 read of this, I should say. I mean, you want to know more, right, about this person with an exquisitely molded body. I actually am curious about how we're able to see her delicate lips if they are trembling beneath soft, narrow hands. Also, how we know that they're soft. And also, how grotesque gargoyles grace the oblique rim that protuberate the length of the grim orifice of death. There's also that. And apparently they are in complete ignorance of the bloody rites enacted in their presence. So that's also important to remember. I mean, it's good stuff, I just looked over, and the name of this song is "Memories of Samaria," and so Cimmeria, which is like Conan's homeland or whatever. But I saw it and started thinking about the simmering underneath these vaults, like no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Lucas, American Graffiti is a good movie, well-directed movie. And actually, I think that given actual special effects constraints, Lucas was pretty good with New Hope, and he was pretty good with Empire Strikes Back, although that was more a function of the editing and whoever because he didn't direct that, right? Empire was that. Who directed Empire? It wasn't Lucas, was it? It was somebody else. And Empire turned out to be the best. Yeah, he didn't direct Empire. It wasn't him. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I can't remember. It was Kasdan. Yeah. That's right. But listen, Lucas I think New Hope was pretty well done, and American Graffiti is a good movie. Can confirm. So it's not true that he can't direct at all. It's just the case that as he got more stuff, well, yeah, okay, but at a certain point, though, I mean, you have to, his vision and his understanding of where he wanted the story to go and everything was, But I will admit that Lucas, quickly lost control of what he wanted to do as he got more toys. Like, basically, the more money he got, the worse of a director he became. So, that was the problem. But yeah, that's right. It was Kasdan. That's right. Oh, man. Yes, I agree with that. It's hard, right? It's hard to tell someone, who has this kind of legendary reputation, this is what you should be doing, or that's really stupid, or Count Dooku is perhaps the most ridiculous name ever developed in the history of modern cinema, Definitely need more water for this. From my hydro flask. All right, what do we think, chat? $18. $18 only to get to chapter 4. Oh, Jar Jar Binks is also terrible. Well, isn't it the case that I think it's the case, isn't it, that he had his kids name them at the time? Didn't he have his kids name some of these things? Jar Jar Binks. Man. Dooku. How do you... how does someone produce that as a name? What, like, Christopher Lee... I mean, Ewan McGregor is reading the script with Christopher Lee and is just like, I won't put up with this, Dooku. Like, how many times did he laugh before delivering that line with a straight face? Like, come on, man. Dooku? Count Dooku. Like, what? I don't... Yeah. Poop face. Ha ha ha. And then he was like, sure. That's the thing, right? His kids name it, and like his, editor or whatever, there's people around him, his assistant, right? They name him, and they're like, ha ha ha. And Lucas is like, all right, that's what we're going with. And the assistant's like, ha, what? And Lucas is like, yeah, just write it in. He's like, I mean, George, we can't actually write Dooku. Dooku. Why? What's the problem? It's Dooku. Oh my goodness. Count Dooku. I have to say, I should find out from my friend Brian Young, who some of you in this chat will know. Brian Young, good writer, good guy, and knows, like, his entire life is knowing everything about Star Wars. Like, his kids' names are Anakin and Scout. Okay? Like, it has actually had a life-saving effect on him. So I understand that. Like, he loves them. But he knows an incredible amount about film and Star Wars. Right now, he would be fiercely defending, because there's literally nothing you can ask Brian about anything in the Star Wars universe that he won't adore. Like, literally everything. He will tell you that Jar Jar Binks is a hugely nuanced character, like huge, and Brian is a super cool dude and super smart. He's just, his Star Wars, you can't, I mean, And in fairness, like, and I've talked to him about my problems with things like Last Jedi and stuff. And he's like, well, he's like, no, you make good arguments. You know, they're not the silly arguments that some people make. They're good arguments. I just disagree. And that's fine. I don't know how you can argue that Count Dooku is a good name. I just don't. But again, Brian knows far more about Star Wars than I ever will. Like, really. And is a good writer and writes really well about Star Wars too, and, like, you know, all this stuff. I just dee doo doo dookie da da dee doo doo ka-dee da da is all I want to say to you. Dee doo 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 cootie da da, the innocence will pull me through da da. That's right, Rock God. It's such a good line. Oh my goodness me. Darth Tyrannus. I mean, there have been other better names. Like, listen, Star Wars has weird names, okay? Darth Revan in Knights of the Old Republic. Or, oh God, what is his name? Cal Kestis in Fallen Order. Or, you know, I mean, Rey and Finn and Poe are fine. But then you have Holdo, which is what, you know? So there's just weird Star Wars names, right? I mean, even... Yeah, I mean, like, there are just some strange, like, General Grievous. Like, there are some weird Star Wars names. But Dooku, I draw the line at. I'm sorry. I just can't. I see what you did there. You are not the King of Pain, Prince Justin. Dooku 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Like, how did anybody in focus groups, in screenings, like, every time he said Dooku, somebody had to be like, right? Somebody did. Were they all just like, that's brilliant work, George. I was really compelled by all of them. When Obi-Wan Kenobi was there, locked in a stasis field, and Count Dooku made his incredible entrance, I thought he was incredibly compelling. The way that Ewan McGregor spoke with Christopher Lee and delivered his lines to Count Dooku showed Count Dooku's power. And that was the point. Wait, he's called Dooku. Dooku? And if you forget that you, and all of a sudden you start putting in a plural, you're in trouble, okay? One Dooku, many Dooku. I mean, and Christopher Lee had such gravitas. Hey, Dooku, you want to steal a picnic basket? Dooku, I don't... Oh, really, Rudnell? Yeah, I don't... I think Lucas's judgment was the problem. I don't... And then it's to say things like, you know, well, it's a kid's movie. I'm like, I keep hearing this, but, like, you have... It's the tonal inconsistencies are just the part of Star Wars, you know? That Count Dooku, thanks very much. Give him his ring. So yeah, I beg your pardon. Count Dooku. It's true. Right, Mur? Because they like the Count is supposed to counteract. There's this like, did we just call this man shit? No. That's Count shit to you. All right. This is royal shit. This is not some low rent shit. This is royal shit. That is Count Dooku to you. A Dewey Pile, or Dewey Cheatham and Howe from Car Talk. I don't even like, and you need someone to be like, George. No. Dooku. And what the hell is General Grievous? Like Grievous Wounds? Like, I think they just like, you know, we're just going to name it like Blender, but then we just add a military rank. Baron Blender, I see. Just, you know. So, we meet again, Lord Toaster Oven. Apparently, Viscount Microwave, we've come to the end of the road. Darth Fecal. We are waiting here, by the way, for the Kickstarter to get to 18100. I'm going to start reading again, but in the meantime, we're making fun of Star Wars names as God intended. He wanted to do Joust in 3D on Vinox on Endor. Jousting Ewoks for a holiday event. Palpitations. Yes. Yes. Kit Fisto. Kit Fisto. Yeah, it's true. An entire sentient race called the Calamari. Admiral Akbar pilots is a Mon Calamari. Like, he's literally, hello, I am a squid. In case you're curious what I am, it says it on the tin. Like, thank Christ he wasn't called, can you imagine if he named a race like, Mon Caviar? Admiral Akbar is just like a round fish egg, just like on the, it's a top. And he like rolls over to the seat. Oh, Mon Calamari. Just what? Why? And then sometimes they just mail it in completely, and they're like, and then there's Luke. You're like, what? There's Han Solo, Chewbacca, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Luke. Like, why? What? It's like that incomparable hack Terry Goodkind. Naming, like having Wizards, in Wizards First Rule, having all of these fancy names and Richard. You're like, blah, 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 fancy fantasy name, blah, 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 Richard. Sheev Palpatine, yeah, Sheev. Like, what? It really is just someone just, like, lets a cat walk on a keyboard and is like, all right, looks good. Well, what's the name? Boba Fett? Sure. What's the guy who's the one who takes over for a while after Jabba dies? His name is like Bibbo the Bibbo the Green or something. What the hell's his name? Bibbo something? Bibbo Bobby. What the hell is his name? The guy who is the has the side tentacle that wraps around, and he's the one that Luke does the Jedi mind trick on. It's like Bibbo McBibby or something. What is that dude's name? Bib Fortuna. Bib Fortuna. Bib? His name is Bib? Bib. And like, again, these people, right? They're all like, there's Tamura Morrison, right? And there's Ming-Na Wen, and like just Ming-Na Wen, right? Fine actor. Just sitting there and just being like, Bib Fortuna was the former, like, she must have, Bib Fortuna. It's a, the tentacle is a bib for the tuna. Well, right. I'm saying, like, yeah, exactly. Like, don't mail it in. Like, why do you have Han, Obi-Wan, Leia, even, excuse me, even Leia, and then Luke? The F? Darth Vader, Emperor Palpatine, Skywalker. What's his first name? Luke. Like, his name is Bob. No, his name is Bib. His name is Bib. His name is Dooku. No, we can't do that. He wanted to name him like like Bob crap on a stick. Well, just call him a parrot. We'll just call him Baron Bob on a stick. Baron Bob crap on a stick. Woo. Oh, man. You can tell I'm at the end of a Kickstarter, people. I'm not even looking at chat till I've swallowed that water. That's going to go all over my keyboard. What is this? Brian Pond Swimmer. Elon Sleaze Pagano. These are both brilliant. Literally, Brian Pond Swimmer is 1,000,000% a Star Wars name. If you get there and like instead of Watto or whatever the guy's name is who sells in the pod racer or whatever, if you're just like, this is Pond Swimmer, call me Brian. right? Or Elon Sleazebagano. Yeah, but listen, Crit Twitch, this is the ultimate punching up. Okay, let's be clear. It is punching up on Star Wars. We're not punching down here. And also, I promise to immediately cease all criticism of Star Wars names if I get chosen to write a Mandalorian book. Please. I know Adam Christopher has it on lockdown, but please. Two thumbs call me. I wrote a book, see? Look. His name is not Bib Fortuna. It's Grayshade. Grayshade. See, that's a name. That's a suggestive, interesting name. It's not Bib Fortuna. This guy's name is not Baron Crap McPants. Baron Crappy McPants. Bob Grayshade, yeah. In book 2, he meets his cousin, Bob Grayshade. What's up? You must be one of the Corel Grayshades. Well, hell, I'm Bob Grayshade. Why don't you step in over here? He, like, gets onto his mechanical steer. I didn't tell you this, but, like, actually, we head down to Oklahoma in book 2. Corel is actually just, like, you know, Corel is in the Midwest, and you just head due south, basically, and you end up in where Bob Grayshade lives. Looks more like an Eric Grayshade to me. Eric the Half-a-Bee. Well, you got to go south to get to Oklahoma, right? Like, that's the, you know, unless you're in Texas. That's true. That's very true, Garlic, yes. But spells it Grayshade. No, no! No. Yeah, I forgot about that. Salacious B. Crumb. How do we even know that? How do we even know that his name is Salacious B. Crumb? Like, what the... Like... It's true. Very handy, light, and microwave safe. And occasionally occupied by people living in the dark alleys of the city. Occasionally. So we are here, by the way, chat, with reading more of the Eye of Argon. We are $18 away. When we get to 18,100, I am going to read chapter 4, which is a fairly decent-sized chapter. I'm going to read chapter 4 when we get to 18,100. So please jump on board. We have 195 backers. We are trying to get as close as we can. We have a big mega RPG event, but the closer that we get, the better we go. We are less than $7,000 from funding overall, but we really need to make as much progress as we can tonight. So please, 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 please jump on board, spread the word. For those of you who have already pledged, you know, I'm totally not talking to you folks because you've already done your work, but let people know about it. Please consider supporting and backing so that we can have books that I think are actually good. At least I hope so. With not just this book, Grayshade, but with also the sequels, Renegade and Heretic, and of course the 5e RPG Grayshade, and Tren Sparks' audiobook. Remember, Tren Sparks is the voice narrator for the audiobook narrator for the Battletech and Shadowrun books, a number of them. And Tren is also the voice of Santiago Espinosa, who is the bad guy in the Battletech computer game. So if you want more from this professional voice actor, who I'm fortunate enough to have on my channel twice a month at least, if not 4 times a month for the various conventions and stuff, you can get more of that. Did you just say refresh my Kickstarter amount? Refresh my Kickstarter amount. Oh yeah, we made $100. Let's go. I did. 18,182. Yay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are up to 18,182. We are making that progress. And that means we're also $18 away from chapter 5. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much, everybody. And I know no one's going to do this. Please don't pledge just to cancel in 5 minutes. I know that people are not doing that. And I may be speaking to some people who are not here on this channel right now. It doesn't matter who's doing it, just as long as someone in the world is pledging to this. But thank you all so much. All right. That's great. This is really helping folks a lot. So thank you all so much. 18182. When we get to 18,200, we'll get chapter 5. But now it's chapter 4. We just talked some things. We talked with some Bib Fortuna, and then on we go. All right. Chapter 4. Just give me a second, chat. I just got to clear out my toe nostrils. All right. That's right. Okay. Brian Pondswimmer blesses you. All right. I got... Whew. Oh, man. All right. Chapter 4. All knowledge of measuring time had escaped Grigner. When a person is deprived of the sun, moon, and stars, he loses all conception of time as he had previously understood it. Just making a note to myself 1 second. It seemed as if years had passed if time were being measured by terms of misery and mental anguish. Yet he estimated that his stay had been only a few days in length. He has slept 3 times and had been fed 5 times since his awakening in the crypt. So difficult were his movements that he moved from present to past and present again. However, when the actions of the body are restricted, its needs are also affected. The need for nourishment and slumber are directly proportional to the functions the body has performed, meaning that when free and active Grignir may become hungry every 6 hours and witness the desire for sleep every 15 hours, whereas in his present condition he may encounter the need for food every 10 hours and the want for rest every 20 hours. This is a very powerful mathematical formula that completely works. Don't bother to check it. All methods he had before depended upon were extinct in the dismal pit. Hence, he may have been imprisoned for 10 minutes or 10 years, he did not know, resulting in a disheartened emotion deep within his being. The food, if you can honor the moldering lumps of fetid mush to that extent, was borne to him by 2 guards who opened a portal at the top of his enclosure and shoved it to him in wooden bowls, retrieving the food and water bowels from his previous meal at the same time, after which they threw back the bolts on the iron latch and returned to their other duties. And chat, you do not want to be on water bowel cleanup duty. I'm telling you right now, that is just not something you want. Since deprived of all other means of nourishment, Grignr was impelled to eat the tainted slop in order to ward off the pangs of starvation, though as he stuffed it into his mouth with his filthy fingers and struggled to force it down his throat, he imagined it was that which had been spurned by the hounds stationed at various segments of the palace. There was little in the barren vault that could occupy his body or mind. He had paced out the length and width of the enclosure time and time again, and tested every granite slab which consisted the walls of the prison in hopes of finding a hidden passage to freedom, all of which was to no avail other than to keep him busy and distract his mind from wandering to thoughts of what he believed was his future. He had memorized the number of strides from one end to the other of the cell, and knew the exact number of slabs which made up the bleak dungeon. Slabs of meat, I think. Numerous schemes were introduced and alternately discarded in turn, as they succored to unravel to him no means of escape which stood the slightest chance of success. Anguish continued to mount as his means of occupation were rapidly exhausted. Suddenly, without notive, he was routed from his contemplations as he detected a faint scratching sound at the end of the crypt opposite him. The sound seemed to be caused by something trying to scrape away at the granite blocks the floor of the enclosure consisted of, the sandy scratching of something like an animal's claws. Grignr gradually groped his way to the other end of the vault, carefully feeling his way along with his hands ahead of him. When a few inches from the wall, a loud penetrating squeal and the scampering of small padded feet reverberated from the walls of the roughly hewn chamber. Grignr threw his hands up to shield his face and flung himself backwards upon his buttocks. A fuzzy form bounded to his hairy chest, burying its talons in his flesh while gnashing toward his throat with its grinding white teeth. Its sour, fetid breath scorching the skirming barbarians, plural, dilating nostrils. I bet there were 2 of them. Grignr grappled with the lashing flexor muscles of the repugnant body of a gargantuan, brown-hided rat, striving to hold its razor teeth from his juicy jugular as its beady gray organs of sight glazed into the flaring emeralds of its prey. Can you dig it? We gotta read that sentence again. Grignr grappled with the lashing flexor muscles of the repugnant body of a gargantuan, brown-hided rat, striving to hold its razor teeth from his juicy jugular as its beady gray organs of sight glazed into the flaring emeralds of its prey. I give you the gold. Taking hold of the rodent around its lean, growling stomach with both hands, Grignr pried it from his crimson-rent breast, removing small patches of flayed flesh from his chest in the motion between the squalid black claws of the starving beast. Holding the rodent at arm's length, he cupped his right hand over its frothing face, contracting his fingers into a vice-like fist over the quivering head. Retaining his grips on the rat, Grigner flexed his outstretched arms while slowly twisting his right hand clockwise and his left hand counterclockwise motion. The rodent let out a tortured squall storm, drawing scarlet as it violently dug its foam-flecked fangs into the barbarian's, plural, sweating palm, causing his face to contort to an ugly grimace as he cursed beneath his breath. Damn this breath! Effin' breath! Count Dooku this breath! With a loud crack, the rodent's, plural, head parted from its squirming torso, sending out a sprinkling shower of crimson gore and trailing a slimy string of disjointed vertebrae, snapped trachea, esophagus, and jugular, disjointed hyoid bone, Moreau's purpled stretched hide, and blood-seared muscles. Moreau's purpled stretched hide is so the name of my next cover band. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Moreau's purpled stretched hide! Flinging the broken body to the floor, Grigner shook his blood-streaked hands and wiped them against his thigh until dry, then wiped the blood that had showered his face and from his eyes. It was showering from his eyes. Again, sitting himself upon the jagged floor, he prepared to once more revamp his glum meditations. He told himself that as long as he still breathed the gust of life through his lungs, hope was not lost. He told himself this. By the way, note the semicolon. We got a semicolon, y'all. He told himself this, but found it hard to comprehend in his gloomy surroundings. Yet he was still alive, his bulging sinews at their peak of marvel, his struggling mind floating in a myriad of impressed excellence of thought. Plot after plot sifted through his mind in energetic contemplations. Then it hit him. Minutes may have passed in silent thought, or days, he could not tell, but he stumbled at last upon a plan that he considered as holding a slight margin of plausibility. He might die in the attempt, but he knew he would not submit without a final bloody struggle. It was not a foolproof plan, yet it built up a store of renewed vortexed energy in his overwrought soul. Though he might perish in the execution of the escape, he would still be escaping the life of infinite torture in store for him. Either way, he would still cheat the gloating prince of the succored revenge his sadistic mind craved so dearly. The guards would soon come to bear him off to the prince's buried mines of dread, giving him the sought-after opportunity to execute his newly formulated plan. Groping his way along the rough floor, Grigner finally found his tool in a pool of congealed gore. We're not going to talk about what his tool is. The carcass of the decapitated rodent. Oh, and now we're just all about the semicolons. The tool that the very filth he had been sentenced to spawned. When the time came for action, he would have to be prepared. So he set himself to rending the sticky hulk in grim silence, searching by the touch of his fingertips for the lever to freedom. Yeah, the lever to freedom, baby. And while we were reading this, another kind soul got us to 18207, which means we get to move right along to Chapter 5. Chapter 5, baby. 18207. If we can continue this, we get to 183, and we'll read Chapter 6. Then we got 7, 7.5. Then we got the end, which is that final thing. And if we get all the way to 20, then I will be able to read you... depending on how things go, I might even, because I'm in such a good mood, I might do it at 19. If we get to 19,000, I might read you at that point the Renegade Prologue. So I think I'm going to drop it to 19,000. I think I will do that. If we get, so we're just still $100 to get each chapter, but then if we get to 19,000, I will read you the Renegade opening, which is what I was going to do. We have unlocked the semicolon. Yes. Yeah. We have unlocked the semicolon, no doubt. Okay, here we go. Chapter 5, baby. Chapter 5. Now, remember, to get Chapter 6, we have $93 more we have to get. But right now, it's Chapter 5. Up to the altar and be done with it, wench, ordered a fidgeting shaman as he gave the female a grim stare, accompanied by the wrinkling of his lips to a mirthful grin of delight. The girl burst into a slow, steady whimper, stooping shakily to her knees and cringing woefully from the priest with both arms wound snake-like around the bulging jade chin rising before her scantily attired figure. It's jade, baby. Her face was redly inflamed from the salty flow of tears spouting from her glassy, dilated eyeballs. With short, heavy footfalls, the priest approached the female, his Damn it. That's stumble number 2. I've had 2 stumbles so far. This is an epic performance, can I just say, of not screwing up so far. But anyway, 2 stumbles. With short, heavy footfalls, the priest approached the female, his piercing stare never wavering from her quivering young countenance. Halting before the terrified girl, he projected his arm outward and motioned her to arise with an upward movement of his hand. The girl's whimpering increased slightly, and she sunk closer to the floor rather than arising. The flickering torches outlined her trim build with a weird ornate glow as it cast a ghostly shadow dancing in horrid waves of splendor over smoothly worn whiteness of the marble-hewn altar. The shaman's lips curled back farther, exposing a set of blackened, decaying molars, which transformed his slovenly grin into a wide, greasy arc of sadistic mirth, and alternately interposed into the female a strong sensation of stomach-curdling nausea. No one knows what it alternately interposed with, but something. Nausea, something. Nausea, something. "Have it as you will, female," gloated the enhanced priest as he bent over at the waist, projecting his ape-like arms forward and clasped the female's slender arms with his hairy round fists. I love the idea of the priest being enhanced. Just want to be clear. What's up, Golden Drake? This is an enhanced ape, okay? This is not the enhanced priest with ape-like arms. Okay, I just want to be clear. An enhanced priest. With an inward surge of his biceps, he harshly jerked the trembling girl to her feet and smothered her salty, wet cheeks with the moldy touch of his decrepit, dull red lips. The vile stench of the suddenly capitalized shaman's hot-fetid breath overcame the nauseated female with a deep, soul-searing sickness, causing her to wrench her head backwards and regurgitate a slimy, orange-white stream of swelling gore over the richly woven purple robe of the enthused acolyte. Bleh! The priest's lips trembled with a malicious rage as he removed his callous paws from the girl's arms and replaced them with tightly around her undulating neck, shaking her violently to and fro. The girl gasped a tortured groan from her clamped lungs, her sea-blue eyes bulging forth from damp sockets. Cocking her right foot backwards, she leashed it desperately outwards with the strength of a demon possessed, lodging her sandaled foot squarely between the shaman's testicles. The startled priest released his crushing grip, crimping his body over at the waist overlooking his recessed belly, wide open in a deep chasm. I guess his belly is wide open now? His face flushed to a rose-red shade of crimson, eyelids fluttering wide, with eyeballs protruding blindly outwards from their sockets to their outmost perimeters, while his lips quivered wildly about allowing an agonized wallow to gust forth as his breast billowed from burning lungs. His hands reached out, clutching his... All right, that's 3. 2 stumbles and 1 laugh. But in my defense, we've just heard that he's clutching his urinary gland. Now, chat, I know something about masculine anatomy. The urinary gland is As his knees wobbled rapidly about for a few seconds, then buckled, causing the ruptured shaman to collapse in an egg-huddled mass to the granite pavement, rolling helplessly about in his agony. I think what we've just heard is that she literally ruptured his testicles. So I'm just going to sit here for a moment. I'm going to drink some water, and everyone who still possesses testicles in some respect is going to wince with me in sympathetic horror. The pathetic screeches of the shaman groveling in dejected misery upon the hand-hewn granite-laid pavement, worn smooth by countless hours of arduous sweat and toil, a welter of ichor oozing through his clenched hands, attracted the perturbed attention of his comrades from their faded ulations. The actions of this rebellious wench bespoke the credence, Clearwater Revival, of an unheard-of sacrilege. Never before in a lost maze of untold eons had a chosen one dared to demonstrate such blasphemy in the face of the cult's idolic deity. The girl cowered in unreasoning terror, helpless in the face of the emblazoned acolyte's rage. Her orchid tousled face smothered betwixt her bulging bosom as she shut her curled lashed, tightly hoping to open them and find herself awakening from a morbid nightmare. So as I understand this, she smothered her face between her outcropping breasts. Is that what happened? I want to make sure. Yeah, exactly, Rock On. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Is that what happened? Her face, she smothered her face in her outcropping breasts? So she's like, please, when I wake up, this will all be gone. Is that... Yet the hand of destiny decreed her no such mercy. The antagonized pack of leering shaman converging tensely upon her prostrate form were entangled all too lividly in the grim web of reality. Shuddering from the clammy touch of the shaman as they grappled with her supple form, hands wrenching at her slender arms and legs in all directions, her bare body being molested in the midst of a labyrinth of orange smudges, purpled satin and mangled skulls, shadowed in an eerie crimson glow. Her confused head reeled, then clouded in a mist of enshrouding ebony as she lapsed beneath the protective sheet of unconsciousness to a land peach and resign. That's what I'm talking about, baby. It's time to go beneath the protective sheet of unconsciousness to a land peach and resign. A land peach, chat, and resign. I mean, literally, that entire section was just... She kicks a guy in the balls and apparently ruptures them, and then they come get her. And she falls unconscious because she can't hide in her breasts. I guess that's what happened. And then a land peach and resign. Yeah, it should be a land peach. And you know the drill, right? It's one land peach, many land peach eye. Chad, if you're enjoying yourself and you can't wait to hear how this tale ends, all I have to do, I'm going to have to do this at Gen Con. All I literally have to do is be like, one moose, many moose eye, and just wait for the reaction. Like, I just say that in a workshop, and I'm just going to hear from a distance, Arv, no! Except in an incredible Trini accent. Like, just the best accent. Gonna eat me a bunch of land peaches. The breast smothering, I mean, like, those are some outcropping breasts we're talking about, right? Some serious both of you together. No! So, chat, so far so good. What a blast this has been. We have $93 more to go before we get to Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is what we got up next. Chapter 6. And there's only Chapter 6, which is a long chapter, by the way. Excuse me. Chapter 6. Chapter 7 and 7.5. I'll put those together because I'm nice. And then we've got the Lost Ending. And then at 19,000, we get Reading of Renegade. So, but 18.3, once we get to 18.3, I can read you the quite long chapter of Chapter 6. And then the final chapter is 7 plus 7.5. And then the Lost Ending is like a paragraph. So we're getting there. Like, we are almost there, chat. We are almost there. Land Peach brings all the boys to the yard. And they're like, I'm better than yours. Damn right, I'm better than yours. I could teach you, but I got toe nostrils. and anyone who's ever been to Gen Con, it's going to be like this. Attention Gen Con attendees. Gregory Wilson has just butchered the English language again by using one moose, many moose eye. Would Brandon O'Brien please report to the symposium room where Gregory Wilson is holding forth on being an author and writing grammatically as the English professor that he allegedly is. Thank you for your attention. The exhibit hall closes in 15 minutes. And if you've ever been to Gen Con, that voice is impossible to talk over. Attention Gen Con attendees is exactly what it sounds like. exactly what that dude sounds like. In fact, there was one time where someone else was like, "Attention, Gen," and I was like, "Who the hell is that?" It was great. That's exactly what it sounds like. Also, I realized that my music is stopped, and that cannot be. Oh no, it's still there. It's just very quiet. Okay. Attention Gen Con attendees. So when we get to 18.3, chat, when we get to 18,300, then at that point we will read chapter 6, and we will be making great progress. We are making some serious progress already, chat. First of all, this has been a blast. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm having so much fun reading through this. And I've had so far 2 grammatical stumbles and 1 laugh because of him trying to hold his urinary gland, which I'll admit that got me a little bit. I struggled a little bit to not be amused at the image of someone trying to hold his urinary gland. Knowing something about basic masculine anatomy, as I do, I should say not masculine anatomy, just basic anatomy, you do not hold your urinary gland. You don't, it doesn't. And see, those of you who haven't heard this before were like, oh, okay, Arv is hyping this up too much. It's clearly not the worst. Yeah, it is. This thing is just spectacular in how terrible it is. P jokes are always golden. What's up, Dragon Spear? So yes, we are close. We are close. 18.3, I'll be able to read you chapter 6. 18.4, I'll be able to read you chapter 7 and 7.5. And 18.5, I will read you the Lost Ending. And then if we get all the way to 19,000, I will read you the opening of Renegade, if we get there. So that's what we're going to do. And we have made some serious progress tonight, which is great, but we need to make more. Because again, our big epic RPG Grayshade finale is tomorrow. It's 12 hours. But it's very clear that we are making some serious progress here. We can get there. Yeah, exactly. You're right. If you could actually get to your urinary gland, I think you wouldn't be trying to hold it at that point. First of all, I'm not entirely sure how you were conscious at that point. But secondly, even if you are conscious, you're definitely not concerned about holding the urinary gland. You've got other problems. Oh wait, I might pee myself. I think you got other issues. Can we talk a little bit, by the way, as we're waiting to get up to 18.3, can we talk a little bit about the orchid tussled face? I like the idea that the face was in a tussle, and then we have to have it smothered betwixt her bulging bosom. And as we know, chat, it was betwixt her bulging bosom, which implies a plural bosom, which means one bosom, many bosom I. If he's holding his kidneys in. Woo! With gland in hand, life is under plan. I still wanted to believe you would be better. I still thought, Arv, you would be a better person, a better man, and I wasn't. I wasn't a better man there. I wasn't better. I was worse. I was as bad as you would have thought. But you need to understand, it was such a... The softball was right there. It was just... I was... In cricket terms, the ball was right towards my right. And in baseball, it was right over the plate. I just... But I can't... But there's a part of you that does, Crit Twitch, right? There's a part of you that's like, that joke of Arv's is terrible, and yet, simultaneously, brilliant. And again, commitment. If I just sort of half-assed it, right? And if I was just kind of like, well, bosom I. If I did that, then it wouldn't work. I have to be fully invested in let's freaking rock it out, right? That's I got it, So we got that. Why is he an egg huddled mass? So he becomes an egg? And also, between his testicles? So, like, it was the scrotum that made him, like, that was the thing that what ruptured? Do I want to know? The prostate gland? What exactly ruptured? Like, and then he becomes an egg-huddled mess. Like, I don't... Well, it's about the adventures of Grigner, Rising Tides. It's about finding out what happens to Grigner. An allegorical egg, well, maybe. I don't understand, like, what? But if it's between his testicles and it's a sandaled foot, like, what? Was he electrocuted? How did this? She split him in like, what? She like, her sandaled foot goes up and then her toes split. Well, wait, toe nostrils, right? Maybe it's a misspelled, it was toe, and it just went up and then was like, like, just, and it hit both his testicles. So much so that he's like, I gotta hold my urinary gland. Where's my urinary gland at? Oh no, my test. And then to prove it to him, she's like, haha, you can't shield your face between your blushing bosom, outcropping breasts. Well, what is hurting him? I'm sorry that I made you spill water. Well, what is hurting him? To spit water all over your front. Like, I'm here to tell you, okay? Having on occasion been on the receiving end of an accidental kick, especially anyone who's ever raised children will know that this will occasionally happen, where the child will unerringly aim for a particularly sensitive area of the body. I can tell you that it wasn't my scrotum that was bothering me. Okay? We're watching The Adventures of Grigner, which is about being belittled and abused. But what's the story supposed to give you? Oh, no. That's true. Well, see, right. This whole thing is basically if you took, like, third-rate Conan, right? And you're like, that's what Conan is about. But it's not what Conan is about, really. Like, I'm not saying Robert E. Howard is a brilliant writer, but I mean, like, you know, there's something going on. Like, it's a rollicking tale. There's a story. Like, there's some whatever. And instead what we get is just like, let's watch him having the hell beat out. It's like set piece, but they all are terrible. Like, it's a terrible set piece. All right, quick, have him fall into an egg huddled mass. We also need to talk about here what happens when the priest crimps his body over at the waist, overlooking his recessed belly. So the waist is overlooking his recessed belly and the belly is wide open in a deep chasm. So she like hit the scrotum and split his belly so that he could reach his urinary gland. Like, I don't know. And then his eyelids are like, and like his eyes protrude blindly. Apparently he can no longer see. So like the sandaled foot started at the scrotum, went up to the belly, took a left turn, headed up to the toe nostrils, and then eventually blinded him. And that is a hell of a kick. That is a kick that redefines kicks. That is... Yeah, exactly. It's either the longest, deepest wound or he briefly became Nautilus-shaped. Exactly. Like, what? I don't even... And then he collapses in an egg-huddled mass, which I guess is what happens when your belly is a deep chasm. And chasm sounds vaguely Yiddish, too. Chasm? Also, notice. Leashed it desperately outward with the strength of a demon possessed, which the way that it reads sounds like the demon is possessed. So that's like a lot of strength. Like that you take your ordinary garden variety demon, but then you create that, you possess that demon. That's like demon squared. Demon. And then the other thing I want to note is, yay, thank you, Shadowed. I appreciate that. I know that you're coming to us from your vacay. I hope it's going well, the cabin by the lake. Thank you so much, by the way, for the tier 2 sub and the 59 months of support, Shadowed. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for sharing it in the Discord. We've been talking about that now. We have made good progress this evening. We need to make more. We need to get further. as I say, if we could get to something like 18.5 tonight, I would feel fairly, I mean, it's still a big lift tomorrow, but it's at least doable if we can get up to like 18.5. So I would love to get to at least that point. Again, we're only 5 backers away from that 200 backer number. And at 18.3, I will read you chapter 6, which is a very long chapter, and we can find more about whether the nauseated female is going to regurgitate a slimy orange-white stream of swelling gore over the richly woven purple robe of any other enthused acolytes who can hold their urinary glands. Nobody knows what will happen, you know? So, I mean, I also want to know how the blackened, decaying molars, which to be clear are the back of the mouth, so like how these transform his slovenly grin into a wide, greasy arc of sadistic mirth. So like, I don't fully follow how that works. Sorry. It was too loud. I don't know how that works. Like, teeth are blackened and so suddenly wide, greasy arc of sadistic mirth. I don't know. And then alternately interposes into the female. So to be clear, it doesn't just give it to the female, it alternately interposes into the female this strong sensation of stomach-curdling nausea. No, Dragon Spear, this is taken from the Eye of Argon, which is widely considered to be, according to the cover of this book right here, the worst story, quite possibly the worst story ever written. I mean, next to the dictionary definition of so bad it's good is this. I mean, really. Right. And see, I have only ever had, I think the worst example that I ever had of something that was written this cluelessly just had to do with the title of a character. So a character name, I had this detective that I was writing about when I was 9. And so I was writing a play about this detective, and the conceit was that he was, you're going to be shocked to hear this, a 9-year-old detective. What a shock. And his name was Case is Broken. Because the case is broken. But that's it, okay? I never talked about footfalls. I never talked about someone having tears spouting from their glassy, dilated eyeballs. Okay, my eyeballs do not spout tears. I already did. I timed myself out for several years for that one back in the day, Dragon. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So yeah, and then I also don't fully understand. Yeah, Case is Broken. I actually had a scene because I didn't really know what I was doing. I was 9, as I said. So I had a scene where literally he goes to dinner with his family and like the curtain rises, they're sitting at a table having finished their meal, and the Case is Broken's father says, "That was really a lovely meal." And the curtain closes again. Like nothing else happens. There's nothing else that occurs in the plot. It's just scene, like full out restaurant, lovely meal. Close the curtain. It was a slice of life stuff that, you know, it's those quiet moments in between plot that really inform plot. It was that moment that made Cases Broken who he was. The moment when you got to see that he had a nice meal and he just wanted to tell you about it. Had nothing to do with anything else. Just my boy Cases. Oh, God almighty. Yeah. I didn't, put money on this Kickstarter and this charade. Eye of Argonia. Oh, there has to be. It has to be. That's got to be. Look, if there's the lusty... Do the Argonians get everything that's a joke? Like the lusty Argonian wench and the Eye of Argonia and... That's funny. Good God. Yeah, we haven't quite gotten there. Once we get 18.3, we will have Chapter 6. And at Chapter 6, we will hear the detail with this. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Don't you want to know what happens to her after she comes out of her unconsciousness of being in a land peach? I wouldn't want to leave a land peach. Also, I do want to point out, I think it's important to recognize, this came out in the mid-70s. Mario did not save Princess Peach until the 80s. I'm just saying. I report, you decide. I'm just letting you know there is that's what a land peach is. Okay? Like that. Oh. Good times, good times. As a side story, you mean we're fond of sea peaches on beaches. Yes. Yes. I could get behind that. That's right. I'll have to add that as a side story of the... That's a good way to make both Emily Bell and Brandon immediately renounce both their friendship and their belief that I know what the hell I'm doing around a word processor. Like already they'll just be like, remember all the good stuff I said about how your book really, made me think about faith in a different way. You're dreadful. It was horrific. It's just say. You're about to read about a quarter of Grayshade while on the beach today. Nice. Why do you say you were able to read? Okay. I thought for a minute that said I was about to read, and then you were like, but then I decided not to. I hope you enjoyed it, Shadowed. I hope, and thank you for buying Grayshade. Thank you. And I hope you enjoyed it. That's this book right here, chat. And in case you're curious what we're here for those of you who came in a little bit late, I am Arvin Eleron. Real name is Gregory Wilson. I am the author of this book, Grayshade, which is the first book in the Grey Assassin trilogy, about a religious assassin who kills in the name of his god. The pitch line is, what if Jason Bourne were trained in 15th century Venice in the ways of sonic magic? This was published by the incredible Athos Arts in late May 31st actually, and we are now running a Kickstarter to fund the next two books, Renegade and Heretic, and also to fund a 5e tabletop role-playing game called Grayshade, where you can play one of 5 different classes: an acolyte, which is like this guy right here, an acolyte, an informant, an investigator, a merchant, or a noble. And we are only 5 backers away from unlocking our next backer goal. I shouldn't say our first one, our next backer goal, in which you will have a choice of 3 classes from which backers will be able to vote for the one that they want to be fleshed out and actually developed. So then we'll have 6 classes. So we're only 5 backers away from reaching that stretch goal. So that would be really, really great if we could do that. And any support that you folks can give along those lines would be very much appreciated. Also, there is an audiobook which is available as soon as we fund. I shouldn't say you get it as soon as we fund. I mean that it will be funded as soon as we fund. So then once Trent Sparks has finished it, then you'll be able to get it if you get the add-on for it, which is $10. You can back for as little as $1, and no matter what level you backed at, whether it was $1 all the way up to the $1,000 level, that $10 add-on remains the same, and that will get you Trent's audiobook once we're at that point. So, which which is pretty sweet because Trent Sparks is the voice of many of the Shadowrun and Battletech books for some of you who enjoy audiobooks and might be familiar with that from those franchises. Also was the voice of Santiago Espinoza in the Battletech video game from Harebrained Schemes. Trent is a professional voice actor and a narrator. You can see him on this channel several times a month, so you can get that too. You can also get this Norse Foundry image coin right here. What just happened there? You can also get this right here, which is, oh, how about I get rid of that for a second, which is that image right there. That is Tari Toon's design. And Tari Toon's design of, there is a Kukuri on the left side, and then we've got the Hammer of Argoth on the other side of the coin. And you can actually get that. Excuse me, you can actually pledge and get that at one of the levels. You'll be able to get that, and it's a numbered coin, so it's a limited edition too, and the earlier you back, the lower the number will actually be on the coin, so you can also get that. Very, very cool. Yeah, I think there's some other thing you get, though, at 175, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe, although now I'm not thinking about it clearly. But anyway, so you can get those things if you support right now. You also will be supporting independent publishing. You will be supporting myself as an author. You will be supporting the fine people at Athos Arts, the fine people at Alligator Alley Entertainment. You'll be supporting people like Brandon O'Brien and E.D.E. Bell. You'll be supporting Rich Lescu Flair. You will be supporting the fine people at Norse Foundry with the coin. You'll be supporting a lot of people to produce what I hope is good, valuable work. But it only happens if we fund there. So there's a lot of stuff that you can get. Okay, there is a lot more. Because I was going to say, I'm like, I thought there was a bunch of other stuff I thought that you got. But so anyway, you can get that stuff too. And so all of that is available to you if you were able to back the Kickstarter, but it is ending tomorrow. So we literally have now about 25 hours and 10 minutes, roughly speaking, before this comes to an end. So we are closing in on the final day. And we have still about $6,793 left to go. So we've still got $6,793. The closer that we get, the easier it will be for us to have a shot to do this in this final day with our big mega event. For those of you who missed that, we're going to have a big mega event at noon Eastern on Friday where we will have 11 players and 4 different GMs. We will begin with a D&D standard 5th edition one-shot with 4 characters that have been previously prepared. And as we're playing that game, then when we reach 500, every $500 increment, we will then switch systems, and we will switch from D&D to the Warren, which is a sort of rabbit fighting game powered by the Apocalypse type game. Blades in the Dark. We have Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Brindlewood Bay. We've got Boy Problems. We have got Talisman Adventures. We've got Pathfinder 1E. We've got all of these different ones. City of Mist. We have all of these different systems. And the idea is that every system switch, the characters will stay as close to their archetypes as possible. So as close as we can actually get them to their original archetype. So if you have a Paladin that starts in D&D 5e, once you get to the Warren, that would be, which is a rabbit game, basically. It means you'd become like a bigwig style fighting rabbit, essentially is what that means. And we're just going to do that, and every $500, that system is going to switch again. It's going to be incredible, madness, wild, great, super cool. And it's never been attempted on Twitch at this level. I did something like this a few years ago for the Icarus Kickstarter, and it was very successful in that final day. But realistically, that was, not even, that was a graphic novel. That wasn't even related to RPGs exactly. And also, there were fewer people involved. It wasn't as long. This is a 12-hour extravaganza involving 11 players, 4 GMs, and up to 24 different RPG systems we basically could handle before we had to loop. So I would love us to get through all of those, by the way. Please make us go through 24 different systems so that we can raise $12,000 in a day. Would be happy to do that. Would be so happy to do that. But again, that's going to be about spreading the word and letting people know. So that's going to happen tomorrow. But to be able to get close enough where that's going to matter, we still need to make a little bit more progress tonight. So any support that people can give would be much appreciated. I know many of you have already upped your pledge or pledged already. So if you are that person, please do not do something which is dangerous financially for you to do. Okay, please don't do that. But this is for folks who may not have done so yet, or are talking to other people, or like, hey, I want to do XYZ. This is the chance for you to do that. And just as I say that, we jump up again. So again, thank you. And I see the background number may be the same. So thank you to whoever's doing that. Again, I want to emphasize, please do not bankrupt yourself. Do something which is financially destructive or anything like that. But if you're in that position to do something like that, we are very grateful. So thank you. Thank you. $68 away now. We are only $68 away from reading chapter 6 of Eye of Argon. And then we are only $168 away from finishing the Eye of Argon. So we are so close, chat, to finding out what happens after the Yound wench has been touched by the clammy touch of the shaman. If you want to know about that, as they grapple with her supple form while her bare body is molested in the midst of a labyrinth of orange smudges. Very important. That's not a labyrinth. That's a labyrinth. Common mistake. If you want to know more about that, then we need to get this up to 18.3. So we are so close, chat, to being able to get to that 18.3. And then we'll be able to make that happen. So that would be so much suppleness. Yes, it's as supple as it gets. And incidentally, we all of a sudden, the guy didn't use a semicolon to save his life. And then all of a sudden, in the last couple of chapters, man, this is Jim semicolon Tice right here. This guy is all about the semicolons now. So listen, chat, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a teaser here. This is what you're going to get at chapter 6. Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Your presence is requested in another far deeper hellhole. Apparently, Grigner is the slut. I guess that's Grigner is the slut here. This is about Grigner. So just letting you know. Once we get another $68, we will be able to read you more about Grigner the slut. Because Grigner is a slut, apparently. I mean, we heard that his eyeballs gazed lustfully and balefully at people, so I'm just saying. I'm also going to check something for just a moment here. Really, this has been a really good boost, though, folks. I really do appreciate this. This means that we have raised today so far $800. We are making serious progress to be able to go further. Again, this was very much needed. We have 462 project followers, which is a lot. And we have a number of them who have not yet converted over into backing, so that's going to be really helpful. So to those of you who have been supporting this and have been increasing these numbers, I'm really grateful. And again, I want to thank everyone who has made this possible. And I want to reiterate for the 60 millionth time that I do not want you to do anything that is dangerous to you financially. And I'm serious about that because, as you know, much more important to me than the success of this project is your well-being. So I want to make sure that you folks are okay. That having been said, if people feel like they want to support at a higher level and they can do that, or that they can tell a friend or something else, that's really cool. So every time you say that, I just wait. Say what? What did I say? What did I say? The land peach? What is it that I said? Was it the sacrilege? I think my orchid tussled face was too busy being smothered betwixt my bulging bosom. Aye. Was it that? Was it the clammy touch? Maybe it was the clammy touch. It was that, right? The clammy touch? Is it his scrotum? His scrotum, which is far more sensitive. Well, see, that was world building, though. See, that's world building. If this were just some normal person, you know, a normal person with testicles, that would affect them when they were hitting the testicles. But that's not what this is. In this world, you kick someone in the scrotum, and that is the worst pain. Yeah, I very much don't know. But see, Rising Tides, this is the thing, though, right? Like, this is a 16-year-old. I'm not saying that there are 16-year-olds who can write rings around this person, but is this like wish fulfillment, basically? Like, there was wish fulfillment? Like, I'm just reading because this is the Eye of Argon, and I'm just reading what the guy's laying down. The guy is laying down, you know, holding his urinary gland, and I'm just, you know, it's my job to render unto you, in with my, you know, hopefully competent reading, the person holding his urinary gland, and these are just things that happened, and you know, this egg huddled mass is holding his urinary gland. What do you want from me? Also, I want to point out that although I've been getting all kinds of grief for my unusual plural conjugations, can you explain to me why her curled lashed? Because it's almost like it pivots without letting you know. It's like she shut her curled lashed tightly, but then it was like lashed tightly, or was it curled? So her curled. So you think curled, obviously she shut her curled eyelids, her curled lashes, clearly, you know, curled lashes. And then again, they're like, yeah, there's an S there, should be, but like author's voice, let's go with a D. You know, tightly hoping to open them, you know. Oh, yeah. No, I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Yes, that is 100% the case. You would want to have an actual theme and not just violence smothered in adjectives. I completely agree. It literally was like someone was like, the way to write is to take the book cover of basically every Conan style barbarian book and then just write that scene in text with a lot of adjectives. And boom, Conan. Sword and sorcery, wapow. Right? True, that is true. That is very bad. But having curled lashes sucks. But curled lashed? Whew. You don't want that. You don't want that. Also, I'm a little surprised that the hand of destiny decreed her no such mercy. Your space heater's warning label states to keep 3 or more feet away from Drapesy. From Drapesy. Oh my gosh. It's like reading Mega Man instruction manuals in the 1980s that all had some very interesting translation methods. Welcome in, Coven, by the way. We're waiting. Once we get to 18.3, I'm going to read chapter 6 of this. I'm going to do that at that time. You were the #1 best-selling author one time on Amazon for Sword and Sorcery in Canada for 10 minutes. Hell yeah. Why has that not been added to your list? #1 best-selling author. Garlic Tofu. Editor Guest of Honor. Award winner. And #1 bestseller. E.D.E. Bell. Oh, your base. Oh, your base. All belong to us. Oh, there's a doof, 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 doof. Oh, your base. How are you, gentlemen? You have no chance to survive Maker Time. What you say? Someone set us up the bomb. Ha 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 ha. I am error. I had a curling iron. Actually said, do not use this curling iron in any orifice. That is very troubling. CanCon Guest of Honor. That is epic. Well, what you don't realize, Garlic, is that your 10 minutes #1 bestseller is what primed the pump, as it were, for you to become the Guest of Honor at a Canadian convention. You did not realize that it did that, but it did. You did not realize that we were there. That is what happened. You got a box of knives that says, keep out of children. God, what? Oh my goodness. Like, just, I mean, where is the QA pass? Can we have any QA passes? QA pass, please. My goodness. By the way, chat, we are waiting here to get to 18.3 so I can read chapter 6. Chapter 6 is a long chapter, by the way. So $68 away from getting to 18.3. You didn't mean to message me midstream. Did you message me? Hold on a second. Ah, you did. Oh, no, that's no problem. I will have to respond to you at a later time. But welcome, Koala Man. Koala Man, we are. I'm going to put a note to respond to you later. We are right now reading through the greatest story ever told, by which I mean the worst story ever told, which is the Eye of Argon. We are up to chapter 6 of this, and we are waiting to get to 18.3 on my Kickstarter. We're at 18,232. When we get to 18,300, I will read chapter 6. This is my Kickstarter for the Grayshade Kickstarter for my last 2 books in the Grey Assassin trilogy and my 5e tabletop role-playing game, but it ends tomorrow at midnight. So we have got now 24 hours and 55 minutes, because it ends at 11:59 technically tomorrow, left to go before this fund. So this is the thing we need. So we're trying to get as much boosted tonight. We're going to have a huge event tomorrow, but we're trying to get this boosted as much as we can tonight. So we have 2 chapters left of Eye of Argon. And once we get there, if we get up to 19,000, I will actually read the prologue of my next book in this series right here, which is called Renegade, is the second book in this series. So if you want to hear that, and if you want to hear more of the Eye of Argon, and trust me, you do, then you know what to do. You can either pledge yourself or bring in other folks to be able to do it. Obviously, don't pledge just to cancel it. I mean, pledge means you actually legitimately want this to happen. But think of this as an incentive so you can get more of the Eye of Argon. We've already read 5 dramatic chapters. I think that chat would agree with me that that's not counting 3, which is technically 2 chapters, 3 plus 3.5. But I think chat would agree with me that that this is a very powerful tale, very dramatic. As Rising Tides has pointed out, there's a lot of good thematic qualities to this. I mean, this is definitely not just violence with a bunch of adjectives. So yeah. Oh, 100%, Coven. That McDonald's thing was a complete nonsense. They actually had that coffee at ridiculous levels. So the joke aside about she burned herself in the award, no, she did all these incredible burns because they basically made it into like nuclear, stuff. It was terrible. It is stunning. It is indeed, Triffid. It is very stunning. And you too can be stunned by the Eye of Argon reading with a bunch of adjectives. These themes are not great, okay? This is really like the worst, like 70s wish fulfillment, terrible incel, like, I mean, yeah, but it's so bad that the story actually comes all the way around to being good again somehow, sort of. Although actually Triffid has pointed out that it's really just double bad. It's ungood. It is ungood bad. That's true. There is violence in Grayshade and adjectives, but they are not positioned this way. Yeah, that's right, Rock God. Do they partake in the adverbs? Yes, there are some adverbs in here. Also, this guy has fallen in love with the semicolon. But the only way to know how much he gets in love with the semicolon is getting to the 18.3. That's the thing that matters. The value here is in the story. It's you reading these things. Yeah. Yeah. No, listen, I'm all about it. I am all about it. I am most excited to be reading these. So far, this has worked very well, but I really would like to get a little bit higher, a little bit closer to the 25,000 tonight so that we have less of a lift to do tomorrow, to try to do tomorrow, because it's going to be a big lift. Right now, we would have to raise $6,768. That's doable, but it's a lot. And I would rather that we not put ourselves in that position of having to raise that kind of money. I would rather that we get ourselves closer. And so the more that we can just kind of develop, the total amount that's been pledged, and so on, the better. So just think about that if you can. An abject adjective. There is actually no such thing. Adjectives don't modify. The adjectives don't really modify that. Basically, the way that would work is that you would have. Sorry, I'm also double checking one other thing relating to Kickstarter stuff, so I'm not thinking about adjectives. So yeah, it's either an adverb or a noun. So you don't have like something which is like brown or something like that. This is double brown, super brown. Can you imagine Tren reading this? Can you imagine Tren reading this and me giving notes? Oh my goodness. Book for a buck. That's right. That's right. And getting more backers in here as well would also help with that goal. So just being able to get even $1 would definitely be a big part of that. So that's also something which really helps us too. So anyone jumping on board and being able to do something like that would be much, much appreciated. Hashtag book for a buck. Hashtag back for a buck. Hashtag $1, many Buckeye. Although saying Buckeye to a person who lives in Michigan is probably dangerous, actually. Don't want to bring up that Buckeye comment. I've actually gone to how much? It's a buck. I'm now beginning to imagine you, Rising Ties, as not saying Arv no, but is like, my God, what have you done? Like, Arv no, save yourself. Like I think it's supposed to change Bucks for books. Hashtag bucks for books. Book bucks. Hashtag book bag bucks. Book buck pack. Hashtag. Anyway. Octopodes. Yeah, exactly. Well, right. I mean, on the football side, it would be the case for Ballstag if we were talking about Kansas City, right? Know what I'm saying? It would definitely be that. 1, stop. 2, I was born in Ohio. Yeah. That's true. Right. I mean, I imagine that there are a lot of people that, cross the border. I'm sure it's not particularly shocking that people, from Ohio go to Michigan and people from Michigan go to Ohio. I don't think that's stunning. Oop, hold on. 11:11. I hear the sound of my daughter. You ready, hon? What? Yeah, I'm reading the greatest story ever told. As he said, that's a long story. Okay, chat, I'm going to go down and just tuck in my daughter while I'm gone. If those of you could be so kind as to donate to, and pledge, I shouldn't say donate, pledge to the Kickstarter, and get us to 18.3. When I get back, we will be able to read Chapter 6 and find out what happens when Grignir the Slut climbs out from his pit. I'll just let you think about that. I'm going to let you enjoy the games in the background, and you can be thinking about Chapter 6 of the Eye of Argon. Please pledge to the Kickstarter. I'll be back in just a minute. Right. I am back. Okay. Welcome back, chat. So little Arv was very much like, wait. She's like, you mean you're reading it? She's like, oh, I didn't want to miss it. I'm like, well, maybe in the future, especially if we, if Grayshade gets backed and once it gets funded and all that, then we can maybe do this again sometime, and we'll have, as you all suggested, Tren reading it, and she and I will just be, Mystery Science Theater 3K commenting on it. So maybe we can do that as we go through. Anyway, so we are back. I hope you folks have enjoyed yourselves so far. I am very much enjoying myself. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a limit of midnight, because it's 11:15. And after midnight, I'm going to have to close this down because I need to make sure that I get enough rest for what is going to be a very, 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 very busy stream tomorrow. So obviously we've got a lot going on. It's going to be a big pull tomorrow and a lot of things to coordinate. So I'm going to need to make sure that I get some rest. So I'm going to set a limit here. So that's 40 minutes from now. Basically, right when we hit the complete 24-hour mark. I mean, it'll say 23 hours on Kickstarter, but that's like 23 hours and 58 minutes. You get the idea. So once we hit that mark, then I think we will wrap up if we have not wrapped up by then. And if you're like, I want to know before then, I don't want to, well, then you know what you can do. If you can get people over here, if you can spread the word about it, that would be great. In fact, I should also, it's Stead, not Steed. Oh my God, he'd just be like, I despise everything you stand for, is what he would do. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've got to do this thing. Retweet. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the tweets and the retweets. This stuff helps. This really does help. All this stuff. It makes a difference. So thank you all for doing that. Whoops. I just saw this stuff about being smug. This is great. Thank you, everybody. These things are really awesome. All the people who are just like, and you're off. That's really great. Thank you, everyone. That's awesome. I saw there's like 20 plus notifications on my Twitter. I'm like, holy crap. Okay, so let me see. The most recent one. Okay, I have just retweeted it. So there we go. I imagine a lot of Tren reading would include him pausing, squinting, and a line of text saying, oh, is that what that said? Okay, give me a moment. And then throwing something as hard as he can off screen and cursing while his mic is muted before continuing again. This is very true. Actually, one of the people who proofread the book, of course, there are a couple of people in chat who were involved with that as well. One of the people, though, who did was Tren. Because Tren obviously has as you might have noticed if you saw last Friday's stream, you would know that Tren has been super meticulous about his process and about making sure that he's reading it correctly, that he's providing the right inflection, and that he's reading it accurately. And there have been a couple of times where there were things that he was like, are you sure you meant to say this? And most of the time I'm like, he doesn't say it much to me because I try to write a pretty clean manuscript. But there are times where he'll be like, did you mean to say this? And usually I'm like, nope, didn't. Meant to say this other thing. My bad. And then once in a while I'm like, no, I did mean it because of this. But so Tren is very good at that kind of careful, fine, detailed work because of this knowledge. So I imagine the Eye of Argon, which does not stand up to close scrutiny, deliberately does not stand up to close scrutiny, goes out of its way to not be involved in close scrutiny, sort of violently resist close scrutiny. I imagine that would be a hard time for them to do stuff like that. Okay. Just making sure we're all good there. Okay. Scrutiny. C. Tofu, no! Sir, that is a Class B scrutiny. Could you please explain to the court what happened? Well, Your Honor, the yooned wench reared back and then kicked me in my private parts. Are you saying that the woman in question kicked you squarely in the testicular area? That is correct, Your Honor. It was so bad that I had to grab my urinary gland. I'm sorry. You had to grab your urinary gland? Yes, Your Honor. She ruptured that area. She ruptured your testicles? No, Your Honor. My testicles are immune. She ruptured my scrotum. And as a result, once my scrotum was ruptured, I had to grab my urinary gland. Case dismissed. Grayshade SK. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. I forgot to slap my ass like I was just born. Raid! Which is an actual quote. And if you want this kind of discussion to end and you want to get back to Chapter 6 of the Eye of Argon, you know what to do, folks. 68 more bucks, we get to 18.3 or beyond, you know. I'm hoping that someone, you know, at some point, someone not maybe in the channel right now comes on and is like, I want to be a, you know, legendary founder, $1,000, kabam. And all of a sudden, like, we get all that we'd ever want. We get all the chapters of Eye of Argon. We get the alternate ending or the lost ending. And we get the prologue of, that'll be great. That quote is from Triangle Strategy, where you first meet, I think her name is Izana, the shaman. Not the shaman, the shaman. So you meet her, and at one point she like is able to create rain, and the farmer's just like, well, slap my ass like I was just born, rain. And literally that's the translation, and we were like, what? No, it wasn't in the Chat Chosen game. No. Because the Chat Chosen game this month was or last month, whatever. Actually, last month it was Lost Epoch. Yeah, it was something. But I'm trying to remember whether we did the vote on the Chat Chosen game in the month. I don't think we did. And I might be playing it this coming Tuesday, or was it Adventures of Middle Earth? I think maybe the final vote is held this Tuesday or something. I think. I don't remember. What is time even? Everything kind of just merges together. All right, chat. Let's see what we can do to get this last get over this last hurdle, because I myself want to know about taking hold of this rope and finding out what happens when Grigner the slut leaves there. Yeah, we were talking about that before, whether it's Epoch or Epoch. I vote Grayshade the RPG. Yes. That is something I can get behind 100%, Garlic. I could not agree more. 100% agree. 100%. because root beer as opposed to root beer. I always called it root beer. But then it's like, you know, you have root beer, or you have roof versus roof. And I always get up on the roof. Raise the roof, not raise the roof. Yeah, we were talking about that it's also, it can be pronounced epic. But I think epoch, 2-pack, you know. We say oaths as opposed to oaths. He swore an oath. He swore many oaths. Well, yeah, you do say oaths differently. You say one oath, many oath I. Yeah, got him. You're not from Maine. It's rough. I have this image of like Brandon is just diving for his keyboard. Ah! Right now, the Rising Tides has a macro set up to just say Arv no. Like I just pull it out. You're just like, bam. Othodes. Yeah, well, you know, her orchid tussled face was smothered betwixt her othodes. And, you know. That's what happened when she shut her curled lash. That was bad, and you should feel bad. Please go to the corner and think about what you did. Yes, I am somewhat completely not at all ashamed, actually, of what I did here. I feel confident in myself and confident in my choices. And that's what I'm all about. Because no matter whatever happens to me, I've never written anything as bad as the Eye of Argon. And that is, I have cleared the bar. Let me just tell you, chat, I have cleared the bar of Eye of Argon. Smothered due to her ample breasticles. No, her outcropping breasts. Remember, if you're going to scale those outcropping breasts, they got to be, you know. And, you know, and you got to know that at some point this kid was like, that's how I'll describe them. You know, like the whole joke about how men typically describe women is as it is ridiculous. But the idea, you know, in writing and in prose, but the idea that they would describe it as outcropping, what was the other thing too? Was it the what was it? What was the busts? What was it? Yes, her firm protruding busts. So we've had the firm protruding busts and we've had the outcropping breasts. And we've had bulging bosom. So I mean, at that point, we also had, you know, multiple thesaurus usage for breasticular cancer. I had you outcropping breast cancer. Outcropping breasts. I don't. Was it protruding or was it protuberating, Arudnell? Protuberating. Yeah. But I bet he didn't refer to them as outcropping breasts or protuberating or protruding busts. Also busts, plural? And also, to be clear, 70s, right? So this kid has got like this well-worn thesaurus and is just like flip, 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 flip. But to describe it, I don't know. I don't even know. All right, folks, half hour left. Can we get to 18.3 so I can read the chapter 6 of the Eye of Argon? We're never going to know how it is that let's say, how are we going to know that Grignar's right arm swept to his gorge? We're not going to be able to know that. I could get into back pain and sweat. Yeah. Right, exactly. And like, and you know, it's also, of course, how you deploy it, right? It's not just about the thing itself. It's also about deploying the thing. Like deploying the words at the time that you use them. You know what I mean? So it's just like... outcropping would help with the sweat. Amazing. And it really is like taking of the cover and going with like, okay. For instance, we've actually done this on stream. It's like taking these this here, this game book, Sagard the Barbarian, and please note, incidentally, I don't know if any of you had this, but this was a paperback Booksmith, and that was where I lived, Farmington Valley Mall. I mean, I didn't live at the mall. I probably should have. But I lived near the Farmington Valley Mall. But anyway, yeah. So it's this cover. And it's like looking at that cover and going, okay, so how do we make that into a story? Or... it'd be a pity to damage yours. Yes, I remember that one. Or this. The Fire Demon. Or this. Note. Gary Gygax himself. So it's about those covers and taking those and putting them into a story. Like, and that's, you know, that's no joke when we actually get there. So yeah. So, all right, 18232. Well, let me see. How can I kickstart this a little bit? I'm wondering if I can maybe reduce this slightly and just see if we can get to 18250, because I would actually like to finish reading this tonight. 18250. I wonder if we can do that. If we can get to 18250, then I can read chapter 6, and hopefully while I'm reading chapter 6 we get up to 183. So can we get up to 18250? That's the question. Can we make that extra 250 happen? And again, I repeat for the millionth time that this is not for people who have already pledged and over-pledged and extended their pledges, and you folks have already done a ton. But for folks who may be new and are interested in supporting a really, we think, a project that we're very proud of, which is, of course, my Grayshade Kickstarter, which has Renegade and Heretic, the last two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts, and the 5e RPG from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and the audiobook from Trent Sparks, and the Norse Foundry Founder's Coin as well. All of that stuff you can be a part of by supporting the Kickstarter, and you can do that at !Grayshade KS. So if you can, if you're able to support by pledging yourself, you can get it for very little. But if we get $18 to get us up to 18250 or beyond, then I will read chapter 6. So, dude saw Frank Frazetta painting, was like, I can write that story. Exactly, Rock God, exactly. And, you know, the image of Conan just sort of like sitting bored on his throne, you know, is such an iconic image that those covers kind of stand out, right? But it just, you don't, it's like you take all of the trappings, but none of the kind of soul of what it is. you know, because Sword and Sorcery was entertaining in its own way. But it just, you can't be like, well, it's about scantily clad women and strong guys killing terrible monsters, right? And you're like, no, there's more there, supposedly. So for people with just one mortgage on their homes. Oh, man. Yeah. And again, as I've always said, you know, I don't want to be the used car salesman guy. But we're trying to make an effort to bring, you know, valuable art and good art, we think, to the world. And we're supporting a number of people in independent publishing and in independent game design and in independent audiobook work and all that. We're trying to support those people and also provide something which has obviously had a very personal resonance with a number of the people in this chat right now. Garlic Tofu has talked about it. Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Ties, has talked about it. Many people have spoken to me, you know, directly about that this book sort of speaks to them about something. I have myself spoken about some of the resonance that this book has for me. And so that plus the chance to actually play a game in which you explore those things yourself, not just by reading someone else's character, is a part of this project. So we have a lot, you know, we've put a lot into it, not just a lot into the Kickstarter, but we've put a lot into the overall project. And so, you know, you can be a part of making that become even better. So once we get to 18,250, we will be in, oh no, huge tracks of Grayshade. I see what you did there. Need to get these things off my chest. Wow. Damn. It's happened, chat. My positive influence has I was waiting for Rising Tides to win. My positive influence has finally rubbed off in a positive way. Now we see the glory. This is like the it's the pun chain, right? It's like the joke chain. Yeah, positive. Yeah. Listen, okay, I'm going to make a clear reference for anyone who was in college in the 90s like myself. If you ever played the game Killer Instinct, or Street Fighter, or Mortal Kombat for that matter, you will know that button combos are how you land different moves. And Killer Instinct in particular was basically like left, right, up, down, left, right, and then you get the killer combo, you know, and all that from Killer Instinct. That's chaining things together. Garlic Tofu earlier today posted on her Twitter about being a healing cleric and about various things that she did and how you can pull people out of a party wipe in the last moment where it looks like all is lost, if you've got the power of knowing how to keep people alive as a healer. So it's about chaining heals together. This is about chaining jokes together. Jokes that you commit to with your whole chest. Your whole bosom. Your whole outcropping. You know? Woo. Here's what happens when I have to hover around reading the Eye of Argon. You know, we could have zipped through that. We could already have been through most of this. But instead we just have a very entertaining conversation with each other. And, you know, the Eye of Argon is really just the backdrop. Exactly. Get your brain in the mindset and then let it rot. But no, this has actually been a really good stream. I'm really glad this worked out. First of all, it definitely helped with getting some more money raised. I think we got another $500-600 actually raised through this, so that really helped. And then, you know, and we made some good progress. Hopefully we can make a little bit more until we wrap, and we'll be wrapping up about 20 minutes. Any questions for chat? Oh, like, does chat have any questions for us about the project, or me directly? The book, the project editing. Yeah, it's true. I mean, right here in this chat, from chat. Yeah, right here in this chat, you've got one of the main editors, Edie Bell, Garlic Tofu. You've got the person who did the sensitivity read and the person who is on the RPG team as well, and that's Brandon O'Brien, the Rising Tides. And then you got me. I know a little bit about this project, just a bit, just a soupçon, if you will. So we've got that there. So we have some people. So you could ask us questions if you wish. And once we get to 18250, I will roll along with chapter 6 of the Eye of Argon. And in fact, I might even be willing to read chapter 6 if we can get a backer or two. If we could just get a backer or two, that would also be something that would be of help, would be of assistance. Yeah, I'm also connected to the RPG team. I also have some say on the audiobook. You know, Rock Out, I'm kind of I got my finger in a lot of pies, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm in all of these things. I'm in on all the meetings, basically. You know. Very important to me to kind of micromanage. Yeah. Well, that's fair. He keeps abreast of all of it. Wow. Wow. I'm kind of a big deal. He keeps abreast of all of it. Wow. Surely you chest. Woo! Oh, man. And Arv, no. They're all into it. They're like, God, help me. Bury your face in the outcroppings of your knowledge. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Dragon went back to it. It's true. As far as the answer to your question, Rudnell, on the merchant class, yes. I mean, I think that very much is in that line, the Venetian merchant inspiration, people who know about trade, people who are able to manage and manipulate trade to increase profit, or also to provide themselves a certain kind of power within the city, you know, be able to even determine how certain regulations work and whether or not, you know, they get arrested by a certain guard based upon certain bribes that are done certain ways and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So there is definitely the possibility of deviousness. The big thing that a merchant has is the ability to accurately appraise goods and be able to determine this is worth this and that's worth something else, which can help you when you are in the process of having these conversations with people as you do it. So that's a big thing too. I do have to stay abreast of current topics. Bust a move. He can keep up these puns all night. Big vocabulary. He went to day college. That gets 2. Oh, nice, Koala. When you prick the merchant class, do they bleed? When you wrong the merchant class, do they not revenge? When you wrong us, shall they not revenge? If we resemble you in this, surely we will resemble you in that. There is not a healing class per se, unless one of those bonus classes happens to be a healer. And if one of those bonus classes happens to be a healer, then if that gets the highest number of votes, then there may indeed be a healing style class. It could be. Oh yeah, Rudnell? Oh goodness me, I'm sorry. Woof. Got up early. I've been getting up early every morning this week to take my daughter to camp, which is actually a camp being held at the school that she's going to be going to in the fall. They do this thing to basically give them a taste of what the classes are going to be like in the fall. So, and the place that she's going is about around 17 minutes, roughly speaking, from our house. So it's not right. She can't just walk to it. That's the one thing that's too bad. She's no more just walking to school anymore. So yes, she just came back from a sleepaway camp where she was for 2 weeks, where there was no camping involved. 100%. No, when we do fund, there will absolutely be, once the game is done, there will absolutely be a Grayshade campaign on this channel. 100%. Absolutely. Because it just makes sense. Like, I mean, first of all, I think it's going to be a really awesome game, and I would love to see people involved with it. Secondly, I think it's going to, and I think it will stream well. I think people will really like to see it. And then also, it's also free advertising, right? Like, it's for people like, I want to get this game. How do I get this game? So yes, that stuff is all going to happen. That's really, I can see that, Arudinel, for sure. I can totally see that. So yes, 100%. That will be the case. That'll be the case. All right, chat. Well, you know what? I have been so pleased with this stream tonight that I am going to read chapter 6. And I would love us to get to 18250 so I can read the following chapter in the end of it. But I would like to make sure that we get this read by the end of the night tonight. So let's do this. I set myself a midnight limit. So let's do it. Let's get to chapter 5 here. We got a lot done. So make it happen. Yes, that's right. And Rock God did. Because this is like right up Rock God's alley, as we talked about. Like right up his alley. Grab your urinary glands. Here we go. Chapter 5. Up to the altar and be done with it, wench, ordered a fidgeting shaman, as he gave the female a grim stare, accompanied by the wrinkling of his lips to a oh wait, we already did this. Sorry, chapter 6. We already read that part. You stop, girl. All right, chapter 6. Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Jane, you ignorant slut. Your presence is requested in another far deeper hellhole. Grigner slipped his right hand to his thigh, concealing a small opaque object beneath the folds of the G-string wrapped around his waist. Yeah, the G-string. Hell yeah. Brine wells swelled in Grigner's cold jade squinting eyes, which, grown accustomed to the gloom of the Stygian pools of ebony engulfing him, were bedazzled and blinded by flickering radiance cast forth by the second soldier's resin torch. Tightly gripped in the second soldier's right hand, opposite the intermittent torch, was a large double-edged axe, a long leather-wound oaken-handled, transfixing the center of the weapon's iron head. Adorning the torso apostrophes of both of the sentries were thin yet sturdy hauberks, the breastplates of which were woven of tightly hemmed twines of reinforced silver braiding. Cupping the soldiers' feet were thick leather sandals, wound about their shins to 2 inches below their knees. You got to cup those feet. You don't sandals that don't cup the feet. You know what I'm saying? Wrapped about their waists were wide satin girdles with slender bladed poniards dangling loosely from them, the hilts of which featured scarlet-encrusted gems. Resting upon the manes of their heads and reaching midway to their brows were smooth copper morions. Spiraling the lower portion of the helmet were short, up-curved silver spikes, while a golden hump spired from the top of each bassinet. Very important, chat, that we know every description of this guard ever, since they're about to die. Beneath their chins, wound about their necks, and draping their clad shoulders dangled regal purple satin cloaks, which flowed midway to the soldiers' feet. Hand over hand, feet braced against the dank walls of the enclosure, huge Grigner ascended from the moldering depths of the forlorn abyss. His swelled limbs, stiff due to the boredom of a timeless inactivity, compounded by the musty atmosphere and jagged granite protuberant against his body, crave for action. You want to make sure that you're not protuberant. Hey, we reached 18,250. Thank you, Golden Drake. Thank you so much. Thank you, Golden Drake. 25, 196 backers. We're only 4 backers away. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Golden Drake. Thank you, thank you. If we can get to 18.3, I'll read the next chapter too. Thank you, Golden Drake, so much. I appreciate that, man. Where were we? Swelled, right. The opportunity now presenting itself served the purpose of oiling his rusty joints, the Tin Woodman, and honing his dulled senses. He braced himself, facing the second soldier. The sentry's stature was wildly exaggerated in the glare of the flickering crescent kopecks in his right fist. His eyes were wide open in a slightly slanted owlish glaze, enhanced in their sinister intensity by the hawkbill curve of his nose and pale yellow peak of his cheeks. My goodness. Oh, I appreciate that, Golden Drake. Place your hands behind your back, said the second soldier as he raised his axe over his right shoulder blade and casted a wavering glance. We must bind your wrist to parry any attempts at escape. Be sure to make the knot a stout one, Broig. We wouldn't want our guest to take leave of our guidance. We got a name. Our guard is called Broig. Exactly, Runel. Exactly. All of a sudden, it's like the red shirt in Star Trek, right? You start describing him, you're like, oh boy. Broig grasped Grigner's left wrist and reached for the barbarian's right wrist. Grigner wrenched his right arm free and swiveled to face Broig, reach beneath his loincloth with his right hand. The sentry grappled at his girdle for the sheath dagger, but recoiled short of his intentions as Grigner's right arm swept to his gorge. The soldier went limp, his bobbing eyes rolling beneath fluttering eyelids. His bobbing eyes, bob. A deep welt across his spouting gullet. Without lingering to observe the result of his efforts, Grigner dropped to his knees. The second soldier's axe cleft over Grigner's head in a bluzz of silvered ferocity, severing several scarlet locks from his scalp. Oh man, not the scarlet locks. Coming to rest in his fellow's stomach, the iron head crashed through mail and flesh with splintering force, spilling a pool of crimson entrails over the granite paving. So wait, the axe missed Grigner's head and hit the other dude in the stomach? Where was the guy standing? Before the sentry could wrench his axe free from his comrade's carcass, he found Grigner's massive hands clasped about his throat, choking the life from his clamped lungs. With a zealous grunt, the accordion flexed his tightly corded biceps, forcing the grim-faced soldier to one knee. The sentry plunged his right fist into Grigner's face, digging his grimy nails into the barbarian's plural flesh. Ejaculating a curse through rasping teeth, I'll just leave that one alone, Grigner surged the bulk of his weight forward. Suddenly he's on a ship, bowling the besieged soldier over upon his back. The sentry's arms collapsed to his thigh, shuddering convulsively, his bulging eyes staring blindly from a bloated cherry red face. I have no idea what just happened there. Rising to his feet, Grigner shook the blood from his eyes, ruffling his surly red mane as a brush fire swaying to the nighttime breeze. Hell yeah. Stooping over the sprawled corpse of the first soldier, Grigner retrieved a small white object from a pool of congealing gore. Snorting a gusty billow of mirth, he once more concealed the tiny object beneath his loincloth, the tediously honed pelvis bone of the broken rodent. Now that's metal right there. He freaking killed the guy with the rib cage of a rodent. Returning his attention toward the second soldier, Grigner turned to the task of attiring his limbs. To move about freely through the dim recesses of the castle would require the grotesque garb of its soldiery. Utilizing the silence and stealth acquired in the untamed climes of his childhood, Grigner slink through twisting corridors and winding stairways, lighting his way with the confiscated torch of his dispatched guardian. Confusticated be bother, these dwarves. Knowing where his steps were leading to, Grigner meandered aimlessly in search of an exit from the chateau's dim confines. Suddenly we're in a confine. Yeah, no, the pelvis bone. Right. Very important. The pelvis bone specifically. The wild blood coursing through his veins yearned for the undefiled freedom of the livid wilderness lands. Okay. Coming upon a fork in the passage, he shrieked. Voices accompanied by clinking footfalls discerned to his sensitive ears from the left corridor. Wishing to avoid contact, Grigner veered to the right passageway. If accosted as to the purpose of his presence, his barbarous accent would reveal his identity, being that his attire was not that of the castle's mercenary troops. Gave the guy a rat's ass. Yeah, literally. In grim silence, Grigner treaded down the dingily lit corridor, a stalking panther creeping warily along on padded feet. After an interminable period of wandering through the dull corridors, no gaps to break the monotony of the cold gray walls, Grigner espied a small winding stairway. That's my mistake. Winding stairway. Descending the flight of arced granite slabs to their posterior, Grigner was confronted by a short hallway. That's the Norwegian version. Hallway, the Scandinavian version. leading to a tall, arched wooden doorway. Halting before the teeming portal, Grigner rests his shaggy head sideways against the barrier. Detecting no sounds from within, he grasped the looped metal handle of the door, his arms surging with a tremendous effort of bulging muscles, yet the door would not budge. Retrieving his axe from where he had sheathed it beneath his girdle, he hefted it in his mighty hands with an apicid grunt, and wedging one of its blackened edges into the crack between the portal and its iron-rimed sill. Bracing his sandaled right foot against the ruggedly hewn wall, teeth tightly clenched, Grigner apple-levered the oaken haft, employing it as a lever whereby to pry open the barrier. Yes, thanks. The leather-wound hilt bending to its utmost limits of endurance, the massive portal swung open with a grating of snapped latch and rusty iron hinges. All right. Glancing about the dust-swirled room in the gloomily dancing glare of his flickering cresset, Grigner eyed evidences of the enclosure being nothing more than a forgotten storeroom. Miscellaneous articles required for the maintenance of a castle were piled in disorganized heaps at infrequent intervals toward the wall opposite the barbarian's piercing stare. Utilizing long, bounding strides, Grigner paced his way over to the mounds of supplies to discover if any articles of value were contained within their midst. Detecting a faint clinking sound, Grigner sprawled to his left side with the speed of a striking cobra, landing harshly upon his back. Torch and axe loudly clattering to the floor in a morass of sparks and flame. An elm-woven board leaped from collapsed flooring, clashing against the jagged flooring. The flooring clashed against the flooring, okay. And spewing a shower of orange and yellow sparks over Grigner's startled face. Rising uneasily to his feet, the half-stunned accordion glared down at the gruesome arm of death he had unwittingly sprung. Mrfuck! If not for his keen auditory organs and lightning-steeled reflexes, Grigner would have been groping through the shadowed hell pits of the Grim Reaper. He had unknowingly stumbled upon an ancient, long-forgotten booby trap, a mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. Let's go! A mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. Hell yes. A mechanism similar in type to that of a miniature catapult was concealed beneath two collapsible sections of granite flooring. The arm of the device was 4 feet long, boasting razor-like cleats at regular intervals along its face with which it was to skewer the luckless body of its would-be victim. Grigner had stepped upon a concealed catch which released a small metal latch beneath the two granite sections, causing them to fall inward and thereby loose the spiked arm of death they precariously held in. Partially out of curiosity and partially out of an inordinate fear of becoming a pincushion for a possible second trap, Grigner plunged his torch into the exposed gap in the floor. The floor of a second chamber stood out 7 feet below the glare. Tossing his torch through the aperture, Grigner grasped the side of an adjoining tile, dropping down. Glancing about the room, Grigner discovered that he had descended into the palace's mausoleum. Rectangular stone crypts cluttered the floor at evenly placed intervals. The tops of the enclosures were plated with thick layers of virgin gold, while the sides were plated with white ivory, at one time sparkling, but now grown dingy through the passage of the rays of all-encompassing Mother Time. Featured at the head... That's my fourth mistake. Featured at the head of each sarcophagus in tarnished silver was an expugnatively carved likeness of its rotting inhabitant. Expugnatively? A dingy atmosphere pervaded the air of the chamber, which, sealed in the enclosure for an unknown period, had grown thick and stale. Intermingling with the curdled currents was the repugnant stench of slowly moldering flesh, creeping ever slowly but surely through minute cracks in the numerous vaults. Due to the embalming of the bodies, their flesh decayed at a much slower rate than is normal, yet the nauseous odor was nonetheless repellent. I know, I should stop questioning the genius, I know. Towering over Grigner's head was the trap he released. The mechanism of the miniaturized catapult was cluttered with mildew and cobwebs. Notwithstanding these relics of antiquity, mildew definitely a relic, its efficiency remained unimpinged. To the right of the trap wound a short stairway through a recess in the ceiling, a concealed entrance leading to the mausoleum for which the catapult had obviously been erected as a silent, relentless guardian. Climbing up the side of the device, Grigner set to the task of resetting its mechanism. In the event that a search was organized, it would prove well to leave no evidence of his presence open to wandering eyes. Besides, it might even serve to dwindle the size of an opposing force. Descending from his perch, Grigner was startled by a faintly muffled scream of horrified desperation. His hair prickled yawkishly in disorganized clumps along his scalp, as a cold danced along the length of his spinal cord. No moral or mortal barrier, be very clear, moral or mortal, human or otherwise, was capable of arousing the numbing sensation of fear inside of Grigner's smoldering soul. However, he was overwrought by the forces of the barbarian's instinctive fear of the supernatural. His mighty thews had always served to adequately conquer any tangible foe. But the intangible was something distant and terrible. Dim, horrifying tales passed by word of mouth over glimmering campfires and skins of wine had more than once served the purpose of chilling the marrowed core of his sturdy-limbed bones. I know, right? Yet the scream contained a strangely human quality, unlike that which Grigner imagined would come from the lungs of a demon or spirit, making Grigner take short, nervous strides, advancing to the sarcophagus from which the sound was issuing. Clenching his teeth in an attempt to steel his jangled nerves, Grigner slid the engraved slab from the vault with a sharp rasp of grinding stone. Another long-drawn cry of terror-infested anguish met the barbarian, scoring like the shrill piping of a demented banshee, piercing the inner fibers of his superstitious brain with primitive dread and awe. That's not just dread, that's double dread. Dread eye. Stooping over to espy the tomb's contents, the glittering accordion's nostrils were singed by the scorching aroma of a moldering corpse, long shut up and fermenting. The same putrid scent which permeated the entire chamber, though multiplied to a much more concentrated dosage. The shriveled, leathery packet of crumbling bones and dried, flacking flesh offered no resistance, but remained in a fixed position of perpetual vigilance, watching over its dim abode from hollow, gaping sockets. The tortured cries were not coming from the tomb, but from some hidden depth below. Pulling the reeking corpse from its resting place, Grigner tossed it to the floor in a broken, mangled heap. Upon one side of the crypt's bottom was attached a series of tiny hinges, while running parallel along the opposite side of a convex railing-like protuberance, laid so as to appear as a part of the interior surface of the sarcophagus. Right between the dreadicles. You've hit my drotum. Raising the slab upon its bronze hinges, long removed from the gaze of human eyes, Grigner perceived a scene which caused his blood to smolder, not unlike bubbling, molten lava. Directly below him, a whimpering female lay stretched upon a smooth-surfaced marble altar. A pack of grassy-faced shaman clustered around her in a tight circular formation. The shaman are always in a circular formation. Crouched over the girl was a tall, pot-bellied priest, and they all apparently have bellies. His face dominated by a disgusting, open-mouthed grimace of sadistic glee. Suspended from the acolyte's clenched right hand was a carven, oval-faced mallet, which he waved menacingly over the girl's shadowed face, an incoherent gibberish flowing from his grinning, thick-lipped mouth. In the face of the amorphous, broad-breeded female, you thought it was bad when you had outcropping breasts, but when you have broad breeds, let me tell you. Stretched out alluringly before his gaping eyes, the universal whim of nature filing a plea of despair inside of his white-hot soul. Yeah, I have a plea of despair. All right, sir, if you could just fill out this form. Well, I mean, I'm really desperate. Yes, we understand. If you wouldn't mind just filling out the this form, and if you could just file that plea of despair with my office, I will make sure to process it as quickly as possible, and we'll get back to you. Grigner acted in the only manner he could perceive. Giving vent to a hoarse, throat-rending battle cry, Grigner plunged into the midst of the startled shaman, torch simmering in his left hand and axe twirling in his right hand. There's that torch simmering with just a little bit of olive oil. A gaunt, skull-faced priest standing at the far side of the altar clutched desperately at his throat, coughing furiously in attempt to catch his breath. Lurching helplessly to and fro, the acolyte pitched headlong against the gleaming base of a massive jade idol. Writhing agonizedly against the hideous image, foam flecking his chalk-white lips, the priest struggled helplessly. The victim of an epileptic seizure. Okay. This just happened because Grigner showed up, I guess. Startled by the barbarians, plural, stunning appearance, the chronic fit of their fellow, and the fear that Grigner might be the avant-garde of a conquering force dedicated to the cause of destroying their degenerated cult, the Saman momentarily lost their composure. The avant-garde, not the advanced guard, chat, but the avant-garde. Today I am here to tell you everything you need to know about the conquering force. At this moment, I feel that you are deep within the throes, of the bird that flies, the raven which goes overhead. I am with you here now. You are a melting clock, and that's what I mean. Woo! I call for bread. I am the avant-garde. Giving vent to heedless pandemonium, the priest fell easy prey to Grigner's sweeping arc of crimson death and maiming destruction. The acolyte performing the sacrifice took a vicious blow to the stomach, hands clutching vitals and severed spinal cord as he sprawled over the altar, presumably clutching urinary gland, spiral cord. I think if his spinal cord was actually severed, I don't think he could grab anything, actually. But the disorganized priest, they were so disorganized they lost their G, lurched and staggered with split skulls, dismembered limbs, and spewing entrails before the enraged accordion's relentless onslaught. The howls of the maimed and dying reverberated against the walls of the tiny chamber, a chorus of hell-fraught despair as the granite floor ran red with blood. The entire chamber was encompassed in the heat of raw savage butchery as Grigner luxuriated in the grips of a primitive beastly bloodlust. Presently, all went silent, save for the ebbing groans of the sinking shaman and Grigner's heaving breath accompanied by several gusty curses. God damn it. God damn it. The well had run dry. No more lambs remained for the slaughter. So, suddenly in the middle of this pile of crap, we get a line which actually isn't awful. No more lambs remained for the slaughter, while stereotypical and a little trite, is not terrible. It's not bad. It only took us 3.5 hours and nearly 7 chapters to get to the one halfway decent line in the entire story. But now we're back to normal. The rampaging stead of death, having taken of Grigner for the moment, left the barbarian free to the exploitation of his other perusals. Towering over his head was the misshaped image of the cult's hideous deity, Argon. I'm sorry, I didn't do that right. Argon. Really? The fantastic size, that's awesome. The fantastic size of the idol in consideration of its being of pure jade was enough to cause the senses of any man to stagger and reel, yet thus was not the case for the behemoth. He had paid only casual notice to this incredible fact, while riveting the whole of his attention upon the jewel protruding from the idol's sole socket, its masterfully cut faucets emitting lots of water, no, just kidding, emitting blinding rays of hypnotizing beauty. After all, a man cannot slink from a heavily guarded palace while burdened down by the intense bulk of a squatting statue, providing, of course, that the idol can even be hefted, which in fact was beyond the reaches of Grigner's coursing stamina. On the other hand, the jewel, gigantic as it was, would not present a hindrance of any mean concern. "Help me, please. I can make it well worth your while," pleaded a soft, anguish-strewn voice wafting over Grigner's shoulders as he plucked the dull red emerald from its roots. Turning, Grigner faced the female that had lured him into this blood bath, but whom had become all but forgotten in the heat of the battle. "You!" ejaculated the accordion in a pleased tone. Yeah, he should just stop trying. That's exactly right. "I thought that I had seen the last of you at the tavern, but verily I was mistaken. Grigner advanced into the grips of the female's entrancing stare, severing the golden chains that held her captive upon the altar's, plural, highly polished face of ornamental limestone. You know, that classic ornamental limestone. As Grigner lifted the girl from the altar, her arms wound dexterously about his neck, soft and smooth against his harsh exterior. "Art thou pleased that we have chanced to meet once again?" Grigner merely voiced a sighed grunt. Returning the damsel's embrace while he smothered her trim, delicate lips between the coursing protrusions of his reeking maw. Yeah, no, I know, Golden Drake, but suddenly, all of a sudden, we're at sandworms in Dune. The coursing protrusions of his reeking maw. "Let us take leave of this wretched chamber," stated Grigner as he placed the female upon her feet. She swooned a moment, causing Grigner to give her support, then regained her stance. "Art thou able to find your way through the accursed passages of this castle? Murfuck! Every one of the corridors of this damned place are identical." I think when you want to make a new swear, a new oath, chat, you definitely want it to be something you can't really pronounce. Murfuck! I was at one time a slave of Prince Agafim. His clammy touch sent a sour swill through my belly. Oh, no, it's her. So he said that. Okay. "Art thou able to find your way through the accursed passages of this castle? Murfuck! Every one of the corridors of this damn place are identical." I was at one time a slave of Prince Agafim. His clammy touch sent a sour swill through my belly, but my efforts reaped a harvest. I gained the pig's liking, whereby he allowed me the freedom of the palace. It was through this means that I eventually managed escape of the palace. It was a simple matter to seduce the sentry at the western gate. His trust found him with the dagger thrust his ribs. The wench stated whimsically. Whimsically? "What were you doing at the tavern whence I discovered you?" asked Grigner as he lifted the female through the opening into the mausoleum. "I had sought to lay low from the palace's guards as they conducted their search for me. The tavern was seldom frequented by the palace guards, and my identity was unknown to the common soldiers. It was through the disturbance that you caused that the palace guards were attracted to the tavern. I was dragged away shortly after you were escorted to the palace." "What are you called by, female?" Oh, nothing says, nothing, attracts women than to call them females. That's definitely, that's how you do it. "Carthena, daughter of Mincardos, Duke of Barwego, whose lands border along the northwestern fringes of Gorzum. I was paid as homage to Agafem upon his 38th year," husked the femme. "And I am called a barbarian," grunted Grigner in a disgusted tone. "Aye. The wares of our civilization are in many ways warped and distorted. But what is your calling?" she queried, bustily. Presumably with her outcropping breasts. "Grigner of Accordia." I think that's what he breasted poofily. "Grigner of Accordia." "Ah, I have heard vaguely of Accordia. It is the hill country to the far east of the Noragolian Empire. I have also heard Agafim curse your land more than once when his troops were routed in the unaccustomed mountains and gorges," saith she. "Aye. My people are not tarnished by petty luxuries and baubles. They remain fierce and unconquerable in their native climes." After reaching the hidden panel at the head of the stairway, Grigner was at a loss in regard to its operation. His finest heaves were as pebbles against burnished armor. "Heave! Heave!" Carthena depressed a small symbol included within the elaborate design upon the panel, where open, it slowly slid into a cleft in the wall. How did you come to be the victim of those crazed shaman?" quested Grigner as he escorted Carthena through the piles of rummage on the left side of the trap. By Agaphim's orders, I was thrust into a secluded cell to await his passing of sentence. By some means, the priests of Argon acquired a set of keys to the cell. They slew the guard placed over me and abducted me to the chamber in which you chanced to come upon the Skazdik sacrifice. Is that a word? Is Skazdik a word? Gnostic? The hell is Skazdik? No, I know. It was not equal to whereupon. I don't... Their hell-spawned cult demands a sacrifice once every 3 moons upon its full journey through the heavens. They were startled by your unannounced appearance through the fear that you had been sent by Agaphim. The prince would surely have submitted them to the most ghastly of tortures if he had ever discovered their unfaithfulness to Sargon, his bastard deity. Many of the partakers of the ritual were high nobles and high trustees of the inner palace. Agaphim's pitiless wrath would have been unparalleled. They have no more to fear of Agaphim now, bellowed Grigner in a deep, mirthful tone, a gleeful smirk upon his face. He just pulls open a book. The book's like, ha ha, I love it when you talk to me. I've seen that they were delivered from his vengeance. Engrossed by Carthena's graceful stride and conversation, Grigner failed to take note of the footfalls rapidly approaching behind him. As he swung aside the arch portal linking the chamber with the corridors beyond, a maddened, blood-lusting screech reverberated from his eardrums. Seemingly utilizing the speed of thought, but only seemingly, Grigner swiveled to face his unknown foe. This time we got swiveled spelled right. With gaping eyes and widened jaws. 2 jaws? Or is it jaw-eye? Grigner raised his axe above his surly mane, but he was too late. Skazdik was first released in an unreleased, unnamed manuscript. What the hell does it mean? This person knows this? All right. Now, chapter 7. We're right near the end, chat. 7 and 7.5. We're right near the end. So, I'm going to read these last 2 chapters, but what I'm going to ask is that by the time we get to it, we're up to 18.3. If we can get there, this will have been a complete success tonight. So, let's see if we can do that. 18.3 by the time I get to the end of chapter 7.5. Chapter 7, which is quite short. With wobbling knees and swimming head, the priest that had lapsed into an epileptic seizure rose unsteadily to his feet. While enacting his choking fit and writhing agony, the shaman was overlooked by Grigner. The barbarian had mistaken the seizure for the death throes of the acolyte, allowing the priest to avoid his stinging blade. Are you pulling my leg? Really? Really? I would have believed it. The sight that met the priest's, plural, inflamed eyes nearly served to sprawl him upon the floor once more. The sacrificial sat it grim, blood-splattered silence all around him, broken only by the occasional yelps and howls of his maimed and butchered fellows. Above his head rose the hideous idol, its empty socket holding the shaman's eye-furbished, infuriated gaze. Eye-furbished, meaning that Apple refurbishes it for you. His eyes turned to a stony glaze with the realization of the pillage and blasphemy. Due to his high susceptibility following the seizure, the priest was transformed into a raving maniac bent solely upon wreaking vengeance. With lips curled and quivering, a crust of foam dripping from them, the acolyte drew a long, wicked-looking, jewel-hilted scimitar from his silver girdle and fled through the aperture in the ceiling, uttering a faintly perceptible ceremonial gibberish. Absolutely. Chapter 7.5. A sweeping scimitar swung towards Grigner's head in a shadowed blur of motion. With axe, who apparently now is named, raised over his head, Grigner prepared to parry the blow. So it is made up for no clear reading of no clear... Okay, so it is Google's claiming. All right, well, maybe. Prepared to parry the blow while gaping wide-eyed in open-mouthed perplexity. Suddenly a sharp snap resounded behind the frothing shaman. The scimitar, halfway through its fatal sweep, dropped from a quivering, nerveless hand, clattering harmlessly to the Stone Age. Cutting his screech short with a bubbling, red-mouthed gurgle, the lacerated acolyte staggered under the pressure of the released springboard. Well, I'm here to tell you that he sure as hell wouldn't do that if he was this acolyte. After a moment of hopeless struggling, the shaman buckled, sprawling face down in a widening pool of blood and entrails, his regal purple robe blending enhancingly with the swirling streams of crimson. "Murfuk, I thought I had killed the last of those dogs," muttered Grignir in a half-apathetic state. "Nay, Grignir, you doubtless grew careless while giving vent to your lusts. But let us not tarry any long, lest we overtax the fates. The paths leading to freedom will soon be barred." "The wretch's cries must certainly have attracted unwanted attention," the wench mused. "By what direction shall we pursue our flight?" "Up that stair and down the corridor a short distance is the concealed entrance to a tunnel seldom used by others than the prince, and known to few others save the palace's royalty. It is used mainly by the prince when he wishes to take leave of the palace in secret. It is not always in the prince's best interest to leave his chateau in public view. Even while under heavy guard, he is often assaulted by hurtling stones and rotting fruits. The commoners have little love for him," lectured the Nair lady. "It is amazing that they would ever have left a pig like him become their ruler. I should imagine that his people would rise up and crucify him like the dog he is." It's unfair to dogs. "Alas, Grignir, it is not as simple as all that. His soldiers are well paid by him. So long as he keeps their wages up, they will carry out his damned wish. The crude implements of the common folk would never stand up under an onslaught of forged blades and protective armor. They would be going to their own slaughter," stated Carthena to a confused but angered Grignir as they topped the stairway. "Yet how can they bear to live under such oppression? I would sooner die beneath the sword than live under such a dog's command," added Grignir as the pair stalked down the hall in the direction opposite that in which Grignir had come. "But all men are not of the same mold that you were born of. They choose to live as they are so as to save their filthy necks from the chopping block," returned Carthena in a disgusted tone as she cast an appeased glance towards the stalwart figure at her side, whose left arm was wound dexterously about her slim waist, his slowly waning torch casting their images in intermingling wisps as it dangled from his left hand. "Only appears in the Eye of Argon." Okay. Presently, Carthena came upon the panel, concealed amongst the other granite slabs and discernible only by the burned-out cresset above it. As I pushed the cresset aside, pushed the panel inwards. Kathrina motioned to the panel she was referring to, and twisted the cresset in a counterclockwise motion. Grignir braced his right shoulder against the walling, concentrating the force of his bulk against it. The walling. The slab gradually swung inward with a slight grating sound. Carthena stooped beneath Grignir's corded arms and crawled upon all fours into the passage beyond. Grignir followed after easing the slab back into place. Winding before the pair was a dark, musty tunnel, exhibiting tangled spider webs from its ceiling to wall and an oozing, sickly slime running lazily upon its floor. Hanging from the chipped wall upon Grignir's right side was a half-mouldered corpse, its gray, flacking arms held in place by rusted iron manacles. Carthena flinched back into Grignir's arms at sight of the leering set in an ugly, distorted grimace, staring horribly at her from hollow, gaping sockets. "This alcove must also be used by Agaphim as a torture chamber. I wonder how many... This alcove must also be used by Agaphim as a torture chamber. I wonder how many of his enemies have disappeared into these haunts never to be heard from again," pondered the hulking brute. "Let us flee before we are also caught within Agaphim's ghastly clutches. The exit from this tunnel cannot be very far from here," said Carthena with a slight sob to her voice, as she sagged in Grignir's encompassing embrace. "Aye, it will be best to be finished with this corridor as soon as it is possible. But why do you flinch from the sight of death so? Murfit, you have seen much death this day without exhibiting such emotions," exclaimed Grignir as he led her trembling form along the dingy confines. "The man hanging from the wall was Doyanta. He had committed the folly of showing affections for me in front of Agaphim. He never meant any harm by his actions." At this, Carthena broke into a slow, steady whimpering, choking her voice with gasping sobs. "There was never anything between us, yet Agaphim did this to him. The beast! May the demons of hell's deepest haunts claw away at his wretched flesh for this merciless act," she prayed. "I detect that you felt more for this fellow than you wish to let on, but enough of this. We can talk of such matters after we are once more free to do so." With this, Grigner lifted the grieved female to her feet and strode onward down the corridor, supporting the bulk of her weight with his surging left arm. Presently, a dim light was perceptibly filtering into the tunnel, casting a dim reddish hue upon the moldy wall of the passage's grim confines. Carthena had ceased her whimpering and partially regained her composure. The tunnel's end must be nearing. Rays of sunlight are beginning to seep into... Grigner clammied his right hand over Carthena's mouth, and with a slight struggle pulled her over to the shadows at the right-hand wall of the path, while at the same time thrusting this torch beneath an overhanging stone to smother its flickering rays. "Be silent. I can hear footfalls approaching through the tunnel," growled Grigner in a hushed tone. "All that you hear are the horses corralled at the far end of the tunnel. That is a further sign that we are nearing our goal." She stated! "All that you hear is less than I hear. I heard footsteps coming towards us. Can you hear what I hear? Silence yourself, that we may find out whom we are being brought into contact with. I doubt that any would have thought as yet of searching this passage for us. The advantage of surprise will be upon our side," Grigner warned. Carthena cast her eyes downward and ceased any further pursuit towards conversation, an irritating habit in which she had gained an amazing proficiency. Wow. Okay. Two figures came into the pair's, plural, view from around a turn in the tunnel. They were clothed in rich, luxuriant silks and rambling on in conversation while ignorant of their crouching foes waiting in an ambush ahead. "That barbarian dog is cringing beneath the weight of the lash at this moment, sire. He shall cause no more disturbance." "Aye, and so it is with any who dare to cross the path of Sargon's chosen one," said the second man. "But the peasants are showing signs of growing unrest. They complain that they cannot feed their families while burdened with your taxes." All right, good night, Critchwitch. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. We're almost done here. And also, hi, Big Boss. A shadowed bulk leapt from behind a jutting promontory as it brought down a double-edged axe with the sped of a striking thought. One of the nobles sagged lifeless to the ground, skull split to the teeth. Grigner gasped as he observed the bisected face set in its leering death agonies. It was Agafund. The dead man's comrade, having recovered from his shock, drew a jewel-encrusted dagger from beneath the folds of his robe and lunged toward the barbarian's plural back. Grigner spun at the sound from behind and smashed down his crimson axe once more. His antagonist lunged howling to a stream of stagnant green water, grasping a spouting stump that had once been a wrist. Grigner raised his axe over his head and prepared to finish the incomplete job, but was deterred halfway through his lunge by a frenzied screech from behind. Carthena leapt to the head of the writhing figure, plunging a smoldering torch into the agonizing face. The howls increased in their horrid intensity, stifled by the sizzling of roasting flesh, then died down until the man was reduced to a blubbering mass of squirming, insensate flesh. How hot was this torch? Like, I mean, a single torch? What? Grigner advanced to Carthena's side, wincing slightly from the putrid aroma of charred flesh that rose in a puff of thick white smog throughout the chamber. Carthena reeled slightly, staring dazedly downward at her gruesome handiwork. "I had to do it. It was Agaphim. I had to," she exclaimed. "Sargon should be more careful of his right-hand men," added Grigner, a smug grin upon his lips. "But to hell with Sargon for now. The stench is becoming bothersome to me." With that, Grigner grasped Carthena around the waist, leading her around the bend in the cave and into the open. A ball of feral red was rising through the mists of the eastern horizon, dissipating the slinking shadows of the night. A coral stood before the pair, enclosing two grazing mares. Just Great Barrier Reef right there. Grigner reached into a weighted-down leather pouch dangling at his side and drew forth the scintillant red emerald he had obtained from the bloated idol. Raising it toward the sun, he said, "We shall do well with bauble, eh?" Carthena gaped at the gem, gasping in a terrified manner, "The Eye of Argon! Oh, Kala!" At this, the gem gave off a blinding glow, then dribbled through Grigner's fingers in a slimy red ooze. Grigner stepped back, pushing Carthena behind him. The droplets of slime slowly converged into a pulsating jelly-like mass. A single opening transfixed the blob, forming into a leech-like maw. Then the hideous transgressor of nature flowed towards Grigner, a trail of greenish slime lingering behind it. The single gap puckered repeatedly, emitting a ghastly sucking sound. Grigner spread his legs into a battle stance, steeling his quivering thews for a battle royal with a thing he knew not how to fight. Carthena wound her arms about her protector's neck, mumbling, "Kill it, kill," while her entire body trembled. The thing was almost upon Grigner when he buried his axe into the gristly maw. It passed through the blob and clanged upon the ground. Grigner drew his axe back with a film of yellow-green slime clinging to the blade. The thing was seemingly unaffected. Then it started to sluice up his leg. Oh man, it's sluicing now. The hairs upon his nape stood on end from the slimy feel of the thing's bully bulk. Bully bulk, baby! The not-to-us sucking sound became louder, and Grigner felt the blood being drawn from his body. With each hiss of hideous pucker, the thing increased in size. Grigner shook his foot about madly in an attempt to dislodge the blob, but it clung like a leech, still feeding upon his rapidly draining life fluid. He grasped with his hands, trying to rip it off, but only found his hands entangled in a sickly glue-like substance. The slimy thing continued its puckering, now having grown the size of Grigner's leg from its vampiric feast. Welcome, Raiders from Tilted Gaming. What's up, my friend? How you doing, Tilted Gaming? Good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. We are doing this as a kind of pre-show. The last day of the Grayshade Kickstarter is already started, the last 24-hour period, and we have a massive event tomorrow for it. We are up to 18,257, but we're still shy of our $25,000 goal. So we have been doing the Eye of Argon, the greatest story ever told, and we're just about at the end of this chapter, and then we have the ending. But unless we get to 18,300 in the Kickstarter, we will not hear the ending of this tale. Can we get to 18.3? So welcome. I've known Tilted Gaming for a long time. He's been a long-time supporter of the channel and hanging out here, and you should definitely follow him, and I hope you're doing well, Tilted. Good to see you, man. Okay, let's see. Grigner began to reel and stagger under the blob, his chalk-white face and faltering muscles attesting to the gigantic loss of blood. Carthena slipped from Grigner in a death-like faint, a morrow-chilling scream upon her red rubish lips. It chilled tomorrow was so much. In final desperation, Grigner grasped the smoldering torch upon the ground and plunged it into the reeking maw of the travesty. A shudder passed through the thing. Grigner felt the blackness closing upon his eyes, but held on with the last ebb of his rapidly waning vitality. He could feel its grip lessening as a hideous gurgling sound erupted from the writhing maw. Telling you, man, this torch is the MVP. The jelly-like mass began to bubble like a vat of boiling tar as quivers passed up and down its entire form. Now, chat, this is the end of the available copy, but there is a lost ending, and you will hear it if we get to 18,300. That's right. If we get to 18,300, you will hear the lost ending of the Eye of Argon. Will Grigner survive? Will the blob be dead? Will he finally have Carthena? Will the protuberances still be available? Only you can know. Yeah, it's like a magnesium torch. Like it's a, yeah. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I appreciate that, man. And we're just about done, but we have to get this story read first. Hold on a second. I want to check something. Okay. All right. It is as I thought it was. So, the ending is very short. It's just like a paragraph. But if you want to hear the ending, chat, we need to get this up to 18,003. 18,300, and we will, of course, you'll be getting not only that, but of course, you'll be supporting the Grayshade Kickstarter for Renegade and Heretic, books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, for my Grayshade 5e tabletop RPG coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. This, of course, produced by the award-winning Amazing Athos Arts, and an audiobook from one Tren Sparks, the voice of Santiago Espinosa in Harebrained Schemes Battletech, also the voice narrator for many Battletech and Shadowrun books, audiobooks. So you've got all that going on, and even a coin, the Norse Foundry coin that you will get if you pledge at a certain level, and these are numbered, so the lower the number, the earlier that you've actually pledged and gotten it. So that's all of this stuff that you will get. if you're able to support, depending on the tier that you support, of course. And we would love, 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 love to see that, because we really do need to get here. And it ends tomorrow night at midnight. So basically about 23 hours and 24 minutes from now, 23 hours and 23 minutes technically is when that happens. So we're right there. Just 18.3 is all we need to get to tonight. In addition to the Eye of Argon, the Toe of Neon, the Nose of Helium, the Tooth of Xenon, the Spleen of Krypton, and the Medulla Oblongata of Radon. I love it. Yes, all of those things would 100% absolutely occur. That is 100% right, Coven. Absolutely. So yes, so exclamation point Grayshade KS. And I think that's already been put in chat a little bit. So definitely check that out, because we are right there. And as I say, this has been really important tonight to be able to do this and get us to the point where we have a shot with this big, with a big push tomorrow to get us the rest of the way, to get us over the line. We are now just $6,743 away, $6,743 away from funding. So we are right there. And with our big RPG event, hopefully we'll do that. That means if we get, let's see, depends on what we're at going into it. I really hope that we make some more over the, before we actually start tomorrow. So if we get in there at 19,000, say, so we need 6,000, then that means that we would basically need to do it at 1,000, basically 6 hours if we go $500 an hour, $500. Well, if we do $500 an hour for 12 hours, we'll just do it by the end. I really hope we go faster than that. If we do $500 every half hour, then we'd be there in 6 hours, and that would be better. Yeah, and we're 4 backers from that character class, too. When we get to 200 backers, we will be right there to be able to get that. So we're right there, chat. And we've made very good progress tonight. But can we get to that 18,300 tonight? 18.3. This has been a ton of fun, though, honestly. I've really had a good time, and I hope you folks have as well. It does not look like we're going to hit the $19,000 that we would need to have me read the Renegade prologue. It doesn't look like that, but hey, Configuration Queen with the Tier 1 sub. Post a reminder of link. That's a very, you know what? That's a very specific message, Configuration Queen. And I hope you're doing well, by the way, CQ. I heard from Trifid that you had also participated in the power of the Eye of Argon. I had heard that as well. So, but yes. And as the Rising Tide said, the dawn of the final day, 23 hours remain. We can still make it with your help. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. We really have made good progress today. And tomorrow, the key, honestly, as much as anything else, is going to be not only people pledging, upping their pledge where they can, spreading the word, but the biggest thing tomorrow is just going to be turnout. If we can get a lot of people in here, a lot of people who are more and more curious because they're like, wow, I've never seen anything like this, that's really going to help, because that'll get more eyes on the project and they'll get more people there. Also, a lot of our project followers that have not yet converted over will be able to convert over, hopefully, when we do this last thing. So I'm going to be doing an update tomorrow morning before we begin. I'm going to take my kid to camp, come back and have breakfast, and then somewhere around 10 a.m. or so, I'm going to write that update, and then it's going to be all prep for this big event. So big viewer numbers will really help if we can get that. So get people into this stream tomorrow. Again, we'll be doing a big stream event where we're going to be switching RPG systems. We will begin with 4 players playing 4 characters in a D&D 5e first level bog standard one-shot adventure. And then every $500 that the Kickstarter goes up, we will switch systems, and we will switch to very different systems. The Warren, Epilion, which is dragon-based, a bunch of other things like that. But the key is that we're also going to try to keep, we're going to do the best we can to try to keep, the whatchamacallit, to keep the characters the same. So we're going to try to keep the characters the same, the archetypes the same. So that means that like a paladin in D&D would be like a bigwig style fighting rabbit, which will be the next system, and so on and so on. It should be a real blast. If multiple people get it to 18,280, I will give the 20 for 18,300. Oh, so you're saying if someone contributes like 23, you would go, oh, that's very kind of you. That's very kind of you, Tilted. So if someone can contribute 23, then that means that Tilted Gaming would add the remaining 20, which is really nice of you, Tilted. And don't do that if it's like a real hardship to you. Like I've been saying that all night. I really appreciate the support, but I do not want anybody bankrupting themselves. Like you people are more important. As important as this project is to us, you people being okay is the most important thing. So just remember that. And the players tomorrow, that is yeah, absolutely, Coven. You did that. Garlic did as well. Edie Bell did as well. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, if you do the add-on, Big Boss, then yes, you can add it with $10. So, well, thank you, Tilted. Yeah, you do an add-on onto your pledge. I think you just reselect the pledge, and then you can do an add-on and get that extra, and you do like modify pledge, I think is what it is. As for the players tomorrow, that is a good question, and I will tell you exactly who they are. We are going to start tomorrow. I mentioned the overall list, but we are going to start tomorrow with... Where are we? Here we go. So we are going to start tomorrow with... I'm going to be your GM, and then it will be Tren, Pyron Jade, Yori Kusano, and Mike Underwood. That'll be from 12 to 3 Eastern. From 3 to 5 Eastern, it'll be either me or Mike GMing, depending on what system we're playing. And the players will be Carlos Hernandez, Zach Clay, Valerie Valdez, and then whoever is not GMing will be playing, or myself or Mike. Then from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, either myself or Brandon will be GMing, and the players will be Carlos Hernandez, Fleos from GOGCOM, John Helfers, and then the other one of us, either me or Brandon, whoever's not GMing. From 7 to 9 will be either me or Brandon or Johnny Pittman GMing, and then playing will be John Helfers, Fleos, and then myself and like 2 of the others. So it'll be whoever is not GMing, me, Brandon, me, Johnny, Brandon, Johnny, something like that will be playing. And then and it'll be John, yeah, right. And then from 9 p.m. to the conclusion of this, to midnight, GMing will be myself, Brandon, or Johnny, and playing will be Valerie Valdez, and then Brandon and Johnny, or me and Johnny, or me and Brandon, with possibly Fleos joining in at the very end there, or even Pyron Jade. So we've got a lot of players and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be chaos, but it's going to be great. It's going to be sick. It's going to be awesome. So we're up to 267. So thanks to Tilted Gaming's generous offer, and thanks to that $10. Thank you so much, Big Boss. That means $13. So $13 gets us to 280, and then Tilted Gaming will do the rest. And also, because I don't believe Tilted Gaming is backed yet, that means that will give us another backer. We'll be at 197 backers too. And then I can read you the actual ending of the Eye of Argon. And this will have been a complete success at that point, because we will have made something on the order of like $600 just during this little mini event. So that would be really great. 18,292. We just got someone to go up to 18,292. There you go, Tilted Gaming. It is hard to figure out add-ons. Thank you. Thank you so much, CQ. Thank you so much, Configuration Queen. I appreciate that. So there you go, Tilted, if you don't mind, man. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much, CQ. You've always been so generous, as have so many people on this channel. And I want to re-emphasize, it feels very uncomfortable to me, as I hope I've made clear, to ask for stuff like this, because I know it's difficult, and I'm not a charity personally, right? I'm doing this because I really do think this project matters, and I really do think that this is something which is speaking to our times, and it really is something which supports the indie publishing work of Athos Arts, which is an amazing publisher. It really does support the work of Alligator Alley, which does great work as a game publisher, and it really does support people like Brandon O'Brien and like Emily Bell and like all the people that John Helfers, who did part of this, the editing as well. All of these people are part of this too, and it does also, in addition, support me. So I'm really grateful that everyone has, taken this because they enjoy what I provide on the channel, because they enjoy the community here, because they really also believe in the project. All those things really matter. So thank you so much. I also really appreciate that. And you're right. The campaign and bringing the whole community together has really been a success, just like we do with ARFCon, except that obviously is for charitable reasons. You know, we closed super strong with ARFCon. We brought it over 7,000 because of the close we had on that final day. This is obviously not something like, you know, going for cancer research, but it is supporting an independent press that does really important and good, valuable work for the community and for bringing attention to marginalized communities as well. And so it's not a charity on the level of ARFCon. I'm not saying that. But we really do appreciate the support of people who are really trying to bring art to the world. And so I really appreciate all of the work that you folks have done in that kind of support. And with that, 18.3. Yay! We're up to 18.3. We're up to 18.3. I don't think that was tilted. I'm pretty sure that wasn't tilted. Thank you so much. CQ did that. Configuration Queen, thank you. Thank you really so much. So there we go, folks. 18.3. We're at 196 backers, 18.3. This is super awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's read as Tilted is finding, you know, the stuff. You actually already got up to 18.3. But as Tilted is getting that last part in, I'm going to read the end, the conclusion, the lost ending of the Eye of Argon. Here we go. The lost ending. With a sloshing plop, the thing fell to the ground, evaporating in a thick scarlet cloud until it retained its original size. It remained thus for a moment as the puckered maw took the shape of a protruding red eyeball, the pupil of which seemed to unravel before it the tale of creation. How a shapeless mass slithered from the quagmires of the stigmatic pool of time, only to degenerate into a leprosy of avaricious lust. In that fleeting moment, the grim mystery of life was revealed before Grigner's ensnared gaze. The eyeballs, plural, glare turned to a sudden plea of mercy, a plea for the whole of humanity. Then the blob began to quiver with violent convulsions. The eyeball shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments and evaporated in a curling wisp of scarlet mist. The very ground below the thing began to vibrate and swallow it up with a belch. The thing was gone forever. All that remained was a dark red blotch upon the face of the earth, blotching things up. Shaking his head, his shaggy mane to clear the jumbled fragments of his mind, Grigner tossed the limp female over his shoulder. Apparently he recovered from his blood loss. Mounting one of the disgruntled mares and leading the other, the weary, scarred barbarian trooted slowly off into the horizon to become a tiny pinpoint in a filtered field of swirling blue mists, leaving the nobles, soldiers, and peasants to replace the missing monarch. Long live the king! Hell yeah! By Jim Tice. Peoples of the world, persons of all descriptions, the Eye of Argon. We did it, chat. We got through it. He says, the transcriber's note is funny too. No mere transcription can give the true flavor of the original printing of the Eye of Argon. It was mimeographed with stencils cut on an elite manual typewriter. Many letters were so faint as to be barely readable, others were overstruck, and some that were to be removed never got painted out with correction fluid. Usually, only one space separated sentences, while paragraphs were separated by a blank line and were indented 10 spaces. Many words were grotesquely hyphenated, and there were illustrations. I cannot do them justice in mere words, but they were a match for the text. These are the major losses of this version, number 02 of the Eye of Argon. Otherwise, all effort has been made to retain the full and correct text, preserving even misspellings and drop spaces. An excellent proofreader has checked it for errors both omitted and committed. What mismatches remain are mine. I shall endeavor to keep a copy of the original available for viewing so it may be appreciated in all its fullness. But as a labor of love for those who third-generation copies have now succumbed to the bitter vicissitudes of time and entropy, worn away by the ravages of countless rereadings before enthralled audiences, yet who have found that the heady flavor of its stylistic paragraphs has seeped into their soul and still grips it with a fervid grasp, I dedicate this machine-readable version of the inimitable The Eye of Argon, argon.doc 5/16/83, version 01, page 22, when I was but a young lad of 10, is when this was there. And it was published in 1970, 2 years before I was born. That, everybody, was the Eye of Argon. No. Remember, he says it's like sneaking into it. Oh, we survived it, chat. Wow. That was something. This did exactly what I wanted it to do. You did it. Thank you so much, Tilted. Seriously, thank you. That brings us over 18.3. Very good night, folks. Thank you very much. That has put us, I think, in striking distance. We're at 197 backers and we are at 18,320. If we can get anything over the night while we're asleep, anybody from Europe, anybody who's like, all right, from Australia, any New Zealand, anyone who's like, oh, I want to back this now. There's a day left. We can get anything that would help us, and it makes it possible for us to get there. It'll be a big lift, but we can get there. So I am so grateful. And what a fun stream this was tonight. The story was terrible, terribly good. No, the story is terrible. It's an awful story. But the point of it is to have fun together as a community. And that's what we did. And listen, it allowed us to bring more backers into the mix, support the Grayshade Kickstarter, and to leave, hopefully, this crap behind and to instead replace it with a much better book, I hope. And that is this one, Grayshade. So thank you again so much for that, Tilted Gaming. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for bringing us over. Thank you to Configuration Queen for all that extra work at the end. Thank you for everyone who adjusted their pledges. I know Prince Justin did that. I know some other people did that. Thank you for everybody who was kind enough to make this happen. The story is terrible, but chat has been great. Exactly. So 18,320. Thank you all so much. And again, I talked a lot, and if and when, and I'm going to say when, I'm not going to say if, we are going to do it. When we fund this tomorrow, despite the grind that this has been, I will be so incredibly grateful. First of all, to my friend Emily Bell. I'll be so incredibly grateful to my friend Brandon O'Brien. I'll be so incredibly grateful to all the people, friends and colleagues who helped put this together. But I am also going to be super grateful to chat. And no matter what happens, chat, I am so grateful to those people I mentioned and to you for supporting me through this, because this has been a long and winding road and it's been a hell of a grind, but we're here. And we're right there where it's in our grasp. We are right in that area. When are we getting Irene? It'll slay. We'll see. What's up, Eye Shield? So we are right there. And the key now is to get us the rest of the way to get us over the line. And then we are going to provide you 2 very good books to follow up Grayshade. I promise you that, because I am writing them, and because most importantly, Emily Bell is editing them, and because John Helfers is going to be editing them, and because, we have Brandon O'Brien who's going to be reading through them and all that. We have a very, very good team of people. We also have all the proofreaders that have helped as well, including many in this chat. So I am very thankful to everyone who did that work on Grayshade, and we will have that work done for Renegade and for Heretic. I want the Grey Assassin trilogy to be something which really attracts positive attention, that really is good work. I want it to be hopefully as good as I hope the first book is, that I worked to make it, and that's going to stay the same. Also, hopefully the kind of thing that we can move out as we get sales in conventions. Hopefully we can get bookstores and other game stores carrying it too. So we have plans for this, and to do that, we need to get this funded. Plus the game, the 5e RPG, where you can actually play this game, and there is going to be a campaign of that on my channel. So it's just a big deal. We are going to make this happen, and I'm very, very excited about having this. So I couldn't be more happy about any of that. But that said, chat, it is now 12:54, later than I had planned, but it was well worth it so that we could get through this. So thank you so much. 73.2% of our goal. I think when we reach 18.5, that's 75%. Success is definitely within our grasp, and as Brandon says, we can bring peace and solace to Krell and its citizens. So our big Grayshade Finale Kickstarter RPG Switch extravaganza happens tomorrow at noon Eastern. Please let everyone know. Get everyone, friends, family, distant relations, get them here. Anyone that you can get, especially I know Europeans will be here earlier. One of the reasons we're doing it for this long is that people will come in and out, I imagine, all the way through the stream. I'm going to be here all 12 hours. We'll take breaks, but I'm going to be here all 12 hours. I am determined to get this thing over the damn line. And so we are going to make it happen. And I am so glad that you folks will be with me along this ride. Thank you so much for everything. You already know how to support the channel. Please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube at !ArvTube, Discord !ArvCord, Twitter !ArvTweets, website arvaneleron.com, !Arv shop for the merchandise area, !Arv Treon for the Patreon. Exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. I'll come back to Grayshade in a minute. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important as always to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. I never want to forget to say that. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to be able to support the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate and devastating war. This is one small way to be able to step forward and help those people. And again, exclamation point Grayshade KS. Please, please go and pledge if you haven't done so already and spread the word. And so many thanks to all of you. I can't tell you how grateful I am for all of the support so far. I will see you folks tomorrow. I want to thank my amazing mods, Arudinel, Coven, Dragon Spear, Garlic Tofu, Rock God, Trifity Mats, The Rising Tides. Thanks so much for being here the whole time. Special thanks today to Garlic Tofu for the entire campaign, who has just been absolutely, I'm not going to say tireless because I know she's tired. I am too, but she is really exhausted after all this work. But I'm hoping that we're seeing this stuff come to fruition, and I hope that this gave her a little bit of levity and a bit of laughter. I'm hoping that that at least came through. So thank you so much, and thank you to my wonderful mods for all the work they did today. Thank you to the Rising Tides for all the incredible announcements and all the hype machine. I really appreciate it, Brandon. Thank you. Thank you to my wonderful viewers and Patreon supporters, actually Patreon supporters first, and subs, Arudinel, Coven, Dragon, Garlic, Rock God, Trifid, the Tilted Gaming, Wispy Song, Configuration Queen, Satisfied Viewer. Thank you so much for all of that support. And thank you to Zero Supa, Oniva, 420, Alexis, Asum Casa, Big Boss, Eagle, iShield, Golden Drake, Lizzie Beth, Mr. Mano. I haven't seen Mano in ages. What's up, Mano? Thank you. Good to see you, man. Soy Cooperville, Sophia Fox. Thank you again, and thank you, Tilted, for the raid, and thank you for putting us over the top, and thank you to everyone who donated and increased pledges today. It was absolutely super great. That's going to do it for me. No raid today. It's super late. We all need to get to bed. Hopefully, we're going to have a big old happy raid tomorrow once we get done, so that's going to be the deal with that. I am going to head to bed myself after I do just a little bit of extra prep work for tomorrow. As I say, I'll have a update on Kickstarter tomorrow, and then right around noon Eastern, we'll get ourselves underway. Please gather everyone you can, let people know, and let's go, people. Let's make this. I'm hoping that we'll have a couple $100 extra over the night when I wake up, and that we're going to do this, and we will make this happen. So let's do it together. Thank you all. You folks are the absolute best, and folks, friends, distant relations, the Eye of Argon has been defeated. If we ever defeat it again, it will be 2 defeats. Defeat Eye.
By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting 2 major product lines. First, Athos Arts' publication of books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Gray Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.